2015 meeting. And our first item is the adoption of the agenda. Any corrections, changes?
There are no changes to the agenda.
Thank you, Bob. Is there a motion for adoption of the agenda?
Move approval.
A motion and a second. All in favor of adoption of the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Agenda is adopted. We're on item letter C, approval of the February 26, 2015 minutes. I hope everybody has reviewed those. Any questions, corrections on the minutes?
Chairman, we have some corrections actually we need to make.
Okay.
We'd ask the commission to indulge us with a deferral to the next meeting.
So move.
The February 26th, there's been a motion to defer the February 26 minutes for some corrections from the staff, and there's been a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The minutes have been deferred. One meeting. Is that correct? Yes. Okay, now we're on to recognition of council members, and I'm just going to, as the site, we'll start with, how about we start with ladies first? Council Lady Edith Lancaster, would you? Or Sherry, Council Lady Weiner.
She wants me first.
Okay, perfect.
I'll go first.
Come on up.
So thank you, commissioners and staff and everybody here for your timeless efforts on behalf of all Nashvillians. Thank you, too, for the opportunity to allow me to share with you for a moment a glimpse into what is referred to as Bellevue Station. That would be number 18A and B on your agenda. And also, I want to briefly mention item number 23 that's on the agenda as well. Permit me to share that I believe that it is my job to moderate engagement between the neighbors and potential developers and to move proposals through the process, whatever the outcome. It is not my job to represent the developer. Rather, it is my job to represent the majority of the community and their desire for respectful development for a positive outcome in our community, Bellevue. During the 4 years that I've worked with the neighbors on this corner, I've met with hundreds of people, and there has been one common theme: the impact that the commercial requirement will have on the already burdened traffic on Old Harding Road. There have been other proposals for this property that were also residential in nature that the neighbors and I turned down. I have a petition with me that has garnered over 70 signatures from the people who border the project. I also have another neighbor here that's going to be speaking on behalf of the property as well. Let me just share for a minute why I support the UDO and why the neighbors support removal of the UDO, and why the neighbors support removal of the UDO as well. The property's land use is neighborhood center, and residential fits that profile, especially the single-family detached homes that they have proposed for this site. There's already commercial and retail within a stone's throw of the property. It's a strip center that's catty-cornered from the property, where we have our very popular City Limits Cafe, a veterinarian, a medical provider, Pizza Perfect, a game center, a gas station right across from the property, plus there are several others further down the street and around. There's opportunity for other parcels in the area to be supportive of future development for the walkable nature of the neighborhood that can also support the retail option. Old Harding Road, upon which this property borders, is far too heavily traveled to sustain the additional in and out traffic that the commercial requirement would cause, especially as it is right at a railroad crossing. The neighbors involved in all of the previous community meetings, where thousands of people have been notified, were supportive of removing the UDO. While I am fully supportive of the importance of blending residential with commercial for the live-work community that is what we have here, with the opportunity for more, but not on this particular parcel that we're speaking of. Based on the interest in communications with the neighbors, I supported the change to remove the UDO so long as the alternative was respectful to the needs of the area, as this is. In bringing these single-family homes to this property, we will get more neighbors, more area residents who want to put down their roots in our community, are likely to shop in the stores and coffee shops that are within walking distance of the property, folks who will frequent our brand-new library, which is wonderful, you should come see it, send their children to our schools, and support the future of our community. Relative to the landscape buffer, the bordering neighbors to the north who signed the petition have worked closely with Mr. Chastain and his team to guarantee a substantial buffer zone consisting of ample year-round vegetation, height restrictions, and non-invasive lighting. There was a question about the location of the garbage system, and he's planning on moving that. The neighbors have been clear with me in what they would like to see toward improvement of the area, and commercial on this property is just not part of it. As to number 23, the Hendricks property, I have received no concerns relative to Mr. Hendricks making the two sides of his parcel consistent. I appreciate your time and consideration on behalf of District 22.
Thank you, Council Lady. Appreciate you coming down. Council Lady Edith Lancaster, you want to go next?
Thank you, and good afternoon to Mr. Vice Chair. Also, good afternoon to my colleagues on the council, Councilman Walter Hunt, and to all the commissioners. Thank you for giving your time to the city of Nashville. My time is running out. August 31st will conclude and be my term limited time. So I am enjoying the time that I am spending with you today. We have very little time left together, though. But today I'm here to talk to you about item number 20, Mending Hearts. This is a piece of legislation that has been up and down, rolling around, on the table, off the table in my district, I would say at least 18 months. But we still have not come together with a plan that the neighbors are happy with and that Mending Hearts is happy with. So we have set a drop dead deadline. We're going to meet in a major neighborhood meeting on April the 14th at 2015 at the normal meeting place for Tomorrow's Hope Neighborhood Association at 6 o'clock. And everyone today that's here, the president of Tomorrow's Hope, Mr. Simmons, and Mending Hearts has said, we're going to stay there until midnight, until we work out a plan. Carrie Logan has been very patient with us. Attorney Ed Kendall and also Attorney Tom White, they have worked with us, and that's what I'm asking for today. If we can defer this till, I have to ask Ms. Logan, if we have a meeting on April the 14th, when would be the next possible date I could get it on the Planning Commission's?
The next Planning Commission date would be April 23rd.
April 23rd. I think we could live with that, so I'm asking you today if you could bear with us, give us a little more time. We're going to work it out, and if we could set up the meeting for April 14th, having it before you at the next Planning Commission meeting. I do thank you for this consideration.
Thank you, Council Lady. Councilman, Mr. Harris. Thank you, Councilman, coming down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and ladies and gentlemen of the Planning Commission. It is indeed a pleasure for me to be here this afternoon. I want to speak on two items briefly. One is one that was deferred from the last meeting to this meeting. That's the Nashville Ready Mix batch plant that wants to relocate to the Vesti Street area. I took her agenda and I'm just getting it, so I didn't want to let her walk away without getting it back. But nevertheless, this is a proposal to move a batch plant from the Cowan Street area to the Vesti Street area for Nashville Ready Mix on some property that they already own. And they came to me with the proposal and wanted to know whether or not I would support them in this endeavor since they had to move from their current location, which is Cowan Court. And they also have another facility on Cowan Street. Their wish is to consolidate those two operations to their Vesti Street area. And since this is a logical thing for them to do, since they own the property and it's not that far from the location that they're currently operating out of, I figured it would be a good proposal to help them locate this batch plant. As you know, Nashville is growing rapidly by leaps and bounds. That's a good thing. And there are growing pains. There are people who struggling against new development, and there are developers that are kind of pushing their way into neighborhoods that have been established, and everybody, wants a piece of the pie, but the point is we have to work to coordinate and find solutions for these various projects that are coming up. As councilmen, we try to be open-minded and make sure that what we do is the right thing and the thing that represents everybody's concern to a degree. We can't satisfy everybody completely, but we try to work for solutions and look for solutions that can help everybody. And this is the case at this particular proposal. Nashville Ready Mix, as you know, has been very much a part of the growth of Nashville. They do a good job. They're a family-owned business. They hire a lot of local people, and we see no need not to try to help them in their endeavors. They have had 3 meetings with the community, and a lot of questions came up in these particular meetings. I think Nashville Ready Mix and their representatives have done a good job in answering all those questions, as you'll probably hear from them later on in their presentations. And so with that in mind, I just encourage the Planning Commission to give serious and positive consideration to this proposal that's going to be presented here today.
Thank you, Councilman.
One other, and I'll be through. This will be brief. I have another item on the agenda, item number 24. That's the one that requests from IWD to MUG zoning property located 100 Cumberland East. This is the Metro Center. I'm in full support of this particular project. As you know, Nashville is going by leaps and bounds, as I said, and this is an opportunity to have some apartments that will sustain and help in the growth and positive growth and diversity for Metro Center. So we hope that you will take positive consideration when you look at this one today also. And thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilman, very much. And I saw another Councilman, Scott Davis. I saw you. Come on up if you would like.
Thank you, members of the Planning Commission. Thank you, planning staff members. Thank you, commissioners, for your free but millionaire status job that you do on here. And thank you, Councilman Hunt, for your volunteer service. And I want to thank my other colleagues, Council Lady Lankster, Councilman Frank Harrison, and Council Lady Sherry Weiner. And Sherry is my father and stepmother's council person, and she's very good at her job. So are all my other colleagues. And I support my colleagues in their decisions today fully. But one project I want to talk about, actually, I want to talk about 3 projects. I have 2 that are in my district on the agenda, and I'm praying they stay on the consent agenda. So let's start with one that may not be in my district. And I want to apologize to my colleague for playing in his district, but I believe I've gotten permission to go over there because I like to call before I go somewhere. I especially call before I go to Whites Creek, though. Definitely know that. I want to talk about the Ready Mix plant. Currently, the Ready Mix plant is in the 5th district. I support the Ready Mix plant. They're a good employer. I've had no complaints. They actually employ a couple of my citizens in my district, so they're able to pay their property taxes. So I thank them for that. I understand things are difficult in this city. Nashville is growing. The SEC has stated that everybody that lives in SEC wants to live in Nashville, even Alabama fans. Go Vols. But what I want to talk about today is just why our city is moving in this direction. Our riverfront is open. Years ago, many of you have gone out there with me and seen the vision. People have built houses on top of Fern, top of Katy Hill, Weekly. They've done great things. But we need these jobs. I am for the consolidation of the ready-mix plant in Councilman Harris's district. And whatever he needs to do to get it done, I will assist him in helping him and supporting Frank like he supports my district, because Frank used to be the councilman in my district too. I'm not making fun of his age. He looks very young, we know that. But right now, we are moving Nashville forward, and I am in support of the consolidation of the ready mix on the new site because they want to consolidate their whole operations, and I'm in support. Let's talk about something fun, Top Golf. The Cowan Street rezoning is something that I've been pursuing for a long time. A lot of you have shared that dream of redeveloping that riverfront. Right now, we have the spark. And right now, Top Golf will employ over 400 employees on that site. I mean, the Sequatchie plant and everything else that's there right at the foot of the Spring Street Bridge is a gateway to all the great things. Our downtown, Soundcheck, Production Row, some of our greatest churches, and one of the best breweries in town, Little Harpeth. And more importantly, though, it is a gateway into historic Jefferson Street and to our great ball field, and also to a lot of great hotels. This is the spark that we've been looking for, we've been fighting for, to unite Dickerson Road and the Cowan Street Riverfront development. This is what we've all been looking for, and those jobs are so important. What we've learned from this administration and all of you and all my council colleagues that sit here today, we are a job creator in this city. Give me these 400 jobs for my citizens. 200 of these jobs are salary jobs, and great thing about the other 200, there are jobs for teenagers and for our school teachers during the summertime when our kids are at home with their parents. And I need your support to push this through. Jobs, 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 jobs. I've been pushing this initiative along with my colleagues for years. They're not asking for any sort of incentive at all. They are bringing purely these large jobs to our inner core in this city. People from in all our districts, all walks of life will be employed here. Did I mention, again, 200 salaried positions? Salaries over $35,000 a year. Great times, lots of people to buy tickets for basketball games, football, baseball games, and everything. And most importantly now, let's move on to something that we need to talk about. And it's tough because the city is moving and we're doing a lot of great things, but I want to talk about affordable housing. I have a second rezoning in my district that's building on the corner of Meridian and Trinity Lane. And I'm looking for the number right now. I believe it's number, I think it's the 7th on the agenda. Mr. Sloan.
No, it's not number 7. Item 22, I think.
The developer has come to my community meetings, my Highland Heights neighborhood. Their proposal at the price point of these houses are well under the $300,000, $250,000, and $225,000 mark. I'm making those affordable enough for a Metro employee can live there. And we're always talk about we're needing to create affordable housing. A year ago, I brought before you another proposal that was helping with that issue that was built behind the old check cashing place or the old Shoney's on Maynard Avenue. And now that we're pushing forward with the development on Meridian Street and the corner of Meridian and Trinity Lane, the city council here is fighting for affordability. The developers are listening. The planning department is listening. And all of Nashville needs to know we are aware of this issue. And they are building affordable housing. We're building it in my district. We're pushing it forward. And we're going to help everyone we can. And I'm going to sit down. Thank you for being patient. Thank you for volunteering today and serving our great community of Nashville. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. I appreciate it very much. And I'm trying to look around, make sure we didn't miss any other council members before we move on. Seeing no other, we are now to our Nashville Next update. And come on up. Enlighten us on Nashville Next.
right, good afternoon. I'm Michael Briggs. I'm the department's transportation planner and have been working with our community planners and design studio on Nashville Next. You probably have noticed that there are transportation components that are scattered throughout the Nashville Next process. And so I'm going to briefly walk us through 3 components that are being fleshed out as products. This includes the land use, transportation, and infrastructure element, Access Nashville 2040, and the high-capacity transit corridors identified in the preferred future. Although the Commission's responsibility is based on land use decisions, you know transportation issues are sometimes the most controversial portion of your decision-making. How land is used and how we get around Nashville shape the quality of life and future that Nashvillians want. So linking land use and transportation is critical. The listing of elements included in the Nashville Next plan should be familiar to you by now. Remember that we have assembled resource teams around these topics to guide the development of goals, policies, and action items. The Land Use, Transportation, and Infrastructure Resource Team, or LUTI, has functioned a little differently than the others. It has included representation from each resource team and from other metro departments. LUTI has helped bridge the gap between how land is used, how it's connected with transportation, and what level of infrastructure is part of the built and natural environments. Similar to the other elements, there are action items that are included as part of the LUTI element that you will want to review. The next product of the Nashville Next process is a significant update to the city's transportation plan. Access Nashville 2040 emphasizes concerns we heard about lack of sidewalks, improving transit, and equitable decision-making. It sets a broad multimodal framework. Under its umbrella, as part of Nashville Next, planning implements the major and collector street plan, Public Works implements the strategic plan for sidewalks and bikeways, and Nashville MTA implements the strategic transit master plan. The relationship between these plans stays the same with one addition. We want to link the Greenways portion of the Parks and Greenways master plan to the Nashville Next biking and walking frameworks so that we begin to think of our greenways for utilitarian trips too, and not just for recreation. Although the 4 metro departments I mentioned are responsible for planning components of the transportation network, there are a number of stakeholders within the city and region. All of these agencies need to be invested in the Nashville Next vision to result in the city that Nashvillians want. I've likely left someone off this list, but we have worked with a number of these agencies to link to our process, and many of them are reviewing components of Access Nashville and the elements. Similar to the guiding principles in Nashville Next, there are accessibility principles that are outlined. I won't go through each of these, but recognize that we have taken the principles from Mobility 2030, which is the current adopted transportation plan, and have tweaked them for this update. The Access Nashville framework sets more complete 21st century transportation solutions, developing a street project in a silo that prioritizes moving vehicles fast while pushing people walking, taking transit, and biking to the margins is no longer an acceptable transportation strategy that meets the needs of our growing city and our residents' aspirations. Many metro departments, outside agencies, and private sector partners will need to be involved in coordinated capital improvement projects. They will also need to be involved in amending policies and regulations and design manuals, and also engaging residents in a transparent process. And so this is a list of strategic initiatives that will need to be undertaken to improve access for all people in Nashville. Finally, Access Nashville describes priority transportation projects. In the last several adopted community plans before we started Nashville Next, we identified priority projects involving walking, streets, transit, and biking. And Nashville Next continues to do that within the community plan chapters. But we also have the opportunity to look at these projects citywide and tie projects to the tiered centers that are in the preferred future. This should result in the coordinated capital improvement projects that I mentioned. For example, a corridor that is getting more frequent transit service should also be linked with sidewalks or separated biking paths along the route, connecting between transit stations and neighborhoods. I want to point out with transit that we are generally not proposing priority projects within the plan because MTA is updating their strategic transit master plan this year. We are providing guidance on corridors to study that link to the tiered centers and corridors. We anticipate that MTA will be working with residents to further prioritize routes and modes through this upcoming process. This now links to our third outcome with Nashville Next, which is the identification of the high-capacity transit corridors within the preferred future. And you'll recall at your last commission meeting, you had a brief presentation on the preferred future. And you'll probably remember the blue lines that were on the map. And these blue lines convey how the centers identified are connected through transit investments. They represent high-capacity transit corridors or major streets where more intense housing and services are anticipated. These corridors have the greatest opportunity to upgrade to in-transit frequency and service in the future. The corridors are also divided into immediate needs, which are closely linked to the Tier 1 centers, and also existing ridership, and long-term needs, which include cross-town connectors beyond the existing hub-and-spoke system that exists today. This graphic shows the Middle Tennessee Mass Transit Vision that was developed through the Nashville Area MPO's regional plan process. And so you'll quickly realize that the high-capacity transit corridors are also linked regionally. And so you'll notice some crossover between routes. An increase in transit service and infrastructure investments become more viable along the high-capacity transit corridors as redevelopment occurs that also intensifies housing, commercial services, and jobs. Transit service just isn't viable where housing is sporadic and on large lots. And as the density increases, a low level of service can be established about once an hour. As more housing develops, the transit service can become more frequent with service every 15 to 30 minutes, more frequent where there are also jobs. And as the corridor center intensifies, service can be established approximately every 10 to 15 minutes, similar to BRT Light service that exists today on Gallatin and Murfreesboro Road. Finally, when there is a good concentration of housing and jobs, transit service in dedicated lanes is more viable, with service at 10-minute minimums, and the opportunity to upgrade to light rail becomes much more feasible. Based upon current population and employment trends, there are only a few areas in Nashville that would support a high level of bus rapid transit in dedicated lanes. For example, near downtown and West End pops out on this map. Residents keep telling us they want improved transit, so land use decisions that increase employment and population intensities in the centers and corridors identified in the Nashville Next Preferred Future will be critical to making frequent transit more likely in the future. And so in conclusion, we're fortunate that MTA is now kicking off their update to the Transit Master Plan, and it's called In Motion 2015. This will build upon the Nashville Next Preferred Future and the high-capacity transit corridors identified. We anticipate they will study and prioritize potential transit implementation solutions and routes. And their first meetings are planned for April 7th. One will be over lunch at the downtown library, and the other one that evening at the North Police Precinct. They have set up both a Facebook and Twitter account and have recently launched an email for questions. I would encourage you and residents at home to continue to stay engaged with MTA as the Nashville Next process wraps up this spring and summer. And we're excited to see what projects may be implemented to improve access for all Nashvillians. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes. Mr. Gee.
Thanks. When we went through the update to the major and collector street plan and created the guide to complete streets, I think there was a hope or an expectation that would begin to lay the groundwork in reconciling some of the priorities around street design. And I think it was a first step, and it perhaps created even more discussion about it, which is a good thing. But I'm hoping Nashville Next and the priorities that you've shown us here today will continue to help reconcile some of the different priorities between departments and get us to a place where we can, where the development community and the neighborhoods know what to expect in terms of our street network and our street design. So just a comment. I don't know if it will or not, but hopefully so.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else? I do want to remind the audience that this Nashville Next has been a 3-year project. This is a big deal. It's been our major planning document that we're creating. And so if you are interested in this, it's going to wrap up this summer. And so you can Google Nashville Next and get lots of information. But I know the commission wants to thank the staff. I mean, you guys have spent thousands of hours on this, hundreds of community meetings, if not more. And so it's probably more. And I know that we have all tried to make a lot of those meetings, but this is a big deal and a long process. And so the commission thanks you guys for all your hard work on that. I just want to make sure that the listening audience knows that this is probably our biggest deal that we've done in a long time for the Planning Commission. So thank you. Any other comments, questions about Nashville Next? All right. We're on letter F, which is items for deferral or withdrawal. Bob?
Yes, we have a number of items that are proposed to be deferred, starting with item number 2. This is case number 2015 CP-005-002. This is a request to amend the East Nashville Community Plan, the 2006 update, by changing the community character policy from T4 Urban Neighborhood Maintenance to T4 Urban Neighborhood Center for property located at 1716 Greenwood Avenue. Staff recommendation is to defer to the April 9th, 2015 Planning Commission meeting. The next item is item 3A, case number 2015 CP-010-002. This is a request to amend the 12th Avenue South Detailed Neighborhood Design Plan element of the Green Hills Midtown Community Plan, the 2005 update, by changing the community character policy from urban neighborhood evolving and urban neighborhood center policies with special policies to urban residential corridor policy for various properties located at 12th Avenue South. Staff recommendation is to defer to the March 26, 2015 Planning Commission meeting. And the associated zone change with that is item 3B, 2015 SP-010-001. This is the Bristol 12 South SP. This is a request to rezone from CS and R8 to SP zoning for various properties located on 12th Avenue South to permit a multifamily residential development containing up to 164 dwelling units. Staff recommendation is to defer to the March 26th Planning Commission meeting. And I'll note on those item 3A and 3B, Commissioner Blackshear is recusing herself. Item number 4 is 2014 SP-085-001. This is a request to rezone from RS 7.5 to SP zoning for properties located at 2208 Eastland Avenue and Skyview Drive unnumbered to permit up to 24 detached dwelling units. Staff recommendation is to defer to the March 26, 2015 Planning Commission meeting. Next item on the deferral list is item 5, 2015 SP-016-001. This is a request to rezone from MUI-A to SP zoning for properties located at 1918 and 1922 Broadway to permit a mixed-use development. Staff recommendation is to defer to the April 9th, 2015 Planning Commission meeting. Next item is item 6. Case number 128-78G-001. This is a request to amend the Hermitage Business Center Commercial PUD District for a portion of property located at 4001 Lebanon Pike to add 1.2 acres to the boundary into the boundary of the PUD. Staff recommendation is to defer to the April 23rd, 2015 Planning Commission meeting. Next item is item 8. This is a request, this is case number 2015S-024-001. This is a request for final plat approval to create 2 lots on property located at 5408 Granny White Pike. Staff recommendation is to defer to the March 26th Planning Commission meeting. Next case is item number 9, case number 2013 SP-018-001. This is the St. Thomas Hospital SP. This is a request to rezone from RM40 to SP zoning for property located at 109 Bosley Springs Road to permit a mixed-use development consistent with the Harding Town Center UDO. Staff recommendation is to defer to the March 26th Planning Commission meeting. And I will note that's different than what was in our staff report. In our staff report, it was to defer to April, but we've moved that to the March 26th Planning Commission meeting. Next case is item number 11. This is 2015 SP-014-001. This is a request to rezone from R8 to SP zoning for properties located at 5800 and 5802 Robertson Avenue to permit up to 4 detached residential units. And that is a recommendation to defer to the March 26th Planning Commission meeting. Next case on the deferral list is item 12. This is case 2015 SP-022-001. This is a request to rezone from AR2A to SP zoning for property located at 6309 Nolensville Pike to permit up to 108 attached residential units. Staff recommendation is to defer to the April 9th, 2015 Planning Commission meeting. Next item is item 16. This is the Tulip Grove addition. This is a request to rezone from RS 7.5 to SP zoning for property located at 1132 Tulip Grove Road to permit up to 50 detached residential dwelling units. Staff recommendation is to defer to the March 26th Planning Commission meeting. Next item is item 17, the Hart Lane Cottages SP. This is a request to rezone from RS10 to SP zoning for property located at 115 Hart Lane to permit up to 28 residential units. Staff recommendation is to defer to the March 26th Planning Commission meeting. The next item is item 20, the Mending Hearts SP. This is a request to rezone from RS5 to SP zoning for property located at 930 and 932 42nd Avenue North and 4101, 4103, and 4105 Albion Street to permit up to 26 multifamily units. Staff recommendation is to defer to the May 14th, 2015 Planning Commission meeting. And the last item on the deferral list is item 21. This is 2015 SP-033-001. This is the Burkett Station SP. This is a request to rezone from AR2A to SP zoning for property located at 13153, 13159, and 13167 Old Hickory Boulevard to permit up to 244 residential units and a mixed-use development. Staff recommendation is to defer to the March 26th Planning Commission meeting. And I'll note on that one that Commissioner Blackshear is recusing herself on item 21. And that is the list of deferral items.
All right, thank you, Bob. And we have a commissioner who needs to recuse.
Right, I need to recuse myself from items 3A and 3B also.
Okay. Anyone else? All right, so let's go slow and make sure everybody knows where we're at and follow along. So items number 2, 3A, 3B, item number 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 11, 12, 16, 17, 20, and 21 are all being deferred, withdrawn.
That's correct.
Any other comments, questions? All right, I need a motion to defer all the items I stated. Say aye. So there's a motion and a second. There's been a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Items have been deferred. Now we are on letter G, the consent agenda. Bob, you're up again.
All right. As information for our audience, if you are not satisfied with the decision made by the Planning Commission today, you may appeal the decision by petitioning for a writ of cert with the Davidson County Chancery or Circuit Court. Your appeal must be filed within 60 days of the date of entry of the Planning Commission's decision. To ensure that your appeal is filed in a timely manner and that all procedural requirements have been met, please be advised that you should contact independent legal counsel. And as noticed to the public, the items on the consent agenda will be voted on at a single time. No individual public hearing will be held, nor will the commission debate these items unless a member of the audience or the commission requests that the item be removed from the consent agenda. So as I read the following items into the consent agenda, please raise your hand if you'd like one of these removed from that agenda. First item is item 7, case number 2015S-008-001. This is a request for final plat approval to create 3 lots on property located at 920 Curdwood Boulevard. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions. The next item is item 10, 2015 SP-001-001. This is a request to rezone from R6 to SP zoning for properties located at 1700, 1702, 1706, 1710, and 1712 6th Avenue North to permit up to 20 multifamily dwelling units. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. Next item is on the consent agenda is item 15, case number 2015 SP-026-001. This is a request to rezone from RS10 to SP zoning for property located at 94 Thompson Lane to permit general office. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. And I will note on that one that Commissioner Blackshear is recusing herself. And next item on the consent agenda is item 19, 2015 SP-031-001. This is a request to rezone from R6 to SP zoning for property located at 1056 2nd Avenue South to permit up to 10 residential units. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. Next item is item 23, 2015 Z-012PR-001. This is a request to rezone from R15 to CS zoning for property located on a portion of a parcel at 7415 Charlotte Pike. Staff recommendation is to approve. Next item is item 24. 2015 Z-013PR-001. This is a request to rezone from IWD to MUG zoning for property located at 100 Cumberland Bend. Staff recommendation is to approve. And I will note on that item that Commissioner Blackshear is recusing herself. Item 25 is 2015 Z-014PR-001. This is a request to rezone from IG to MUL zoning for property located at 306B and 500 Cowan Street, and to rezone from IG to MUGA for property located at 306, 402, and 411 and Cowan Street unnumbered. Staff recommendation is to approve. That's item 25. Then next item is item 26, 91P-006-001. This is a request to revise a portion of the approved preliminary plan and for final site plan approval for a commercial PUD abutting the west margin of Nolensville Pike to permit the development of a 19,573 square foot building addition. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions. The next item is item 27. This is case number 2006 S-209G-02. This is a request to extend the concept plan approval for Hidden Springs Addition Phase 3, approved for 18 single-family clustered lots. Staff recommendation is to approve the extension of the concept plan approval to March 12th, 2018. And the last item on the consent agenda is under other business. Item 31 is to accept the director's report and approve the administrative items.
All right, thank you, Bob. So on the consent agenda, and we vote on these all together for approval, are items number 7, 10, 15, 19, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 31. Is that correct, Bob?
That's correct.
Good deal. Any questions? Yes.
Sorry, I do have a question
Commissioner
about item number 10, which is in the Salem Town Historic District. Has that already gone through the commission for site plan approval through the Historic Zoning Commission? Or was that just a staff approval that's in the report?
Where's Letitia? Is that one in the overlay, or is that just in has that been to the Historical Commission?
Come on up to the microphone.
It was just worthy of conservation, so it wasn't required to go to the Historical Commission, so their staff reviewed it and recommended approval.
So it's not within the Salem Town Historic District, is that right?
We'll get an answer.
I may be
We'll
wrong on
check that.
procedure, but I thought we were starting to take SP site plans to the Historic Zoning Commission prior to bringing them to planning.
If they're in an overlay, we do that.
That is a change in our policy, but that's correct.
We don't have that one listed in the overlay. It's worthy of conservation, so their staff can review those.
Okay. Councilman Hunt?
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to just ask on 27, is this an extension of what they've already done, 27 Hidden Springs Additional 1, or is this a new phase of it? I know they've had a lot of different issues over there in that particular subdivision.
This is a phase that was previously approved by the commission, but has not yet been built or platted. So it was a concept plan approval that was previously heard at the Planning Commission with a public hearing and was approved. And due to, I think, partially the recession, it never was constructed. So they were just asking to continue that concept plan approval again. So it is a new phase that has not yet been constructed, but it has been around as an approved concept plan for quite some time.
We don't have a developer here, do we?
The applicant is here.
The reason I'm asking, because at one point, and it may not be the same one, they were doing a lot of backfilling and they had to stop. And is this the same location?
I can't answer that question. We weren't the original engineers. Michael Garrigan with Dale & Associates, 516 Heather Place. We weren't the original engineers on the project. Our clients had purchased it. This was done under the old rules, the preliminary plat, then the final plat. They had all their permits. The previous owners did. It was bank obtained. My clients purchased it. All the infrastructure's in place. The roads aren't paved, but that's pretty much the only thing that lacks. But in order to get the permits to finish the project, the original approval's got to be upheld. The preliminary's got to be extended.
Okay.
I hope that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no houses built, but I would guess 80% of the infrastructure is in place.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else yet? Commissioner Gee?
I'm sorry. I just want to make sure, just to state for the applicant's sake on item number 10, and I won't speak to the procedural question again, but that this will have to go through the Historic Commission for approvals, including setbacks, because it is within one of their conservation districts. Is that correct?
Well, we can double check that, but it's my understanding that it's not in the conservation overlay. It's just worthy of conservation. It's a local designation, but it's not in a zoning overlay, is my understanding.
The staff report states that it's within Salem Town WOC district, and
Right, that's a National Register eligible district, but it's not a zoning overlay.
It's one that the historic staff has identified as being worthy of conservation, but actually has not, that overlay has not been placed on it.
Okay, great. It's a term I wasn't familiar with. Thanks.
I had just a point in the director's report. I wanted to call attention there were a lot of volunteers who worked on looking at the infrastructure costs of concentrated development versus middle, more suburban versus really more farther out development. And this cost of service tool that's being implemented and looked at here and that's mentioned in the developer's report is a really exciting step that is actually an action step after a bunch of background work of people brainstorming and getting lots of studies done. And I just think it's really exciting. It's on page 5 of 12 of the director's report. And for all those volunteers out there who worked on that, I just want to say thank you, and here's some fruition to all that effort.
Any additional comments before on the consent agenda? All right, so let's repeat that one more time, just since we had so much discussion. It's items 7, 10, 15, 19, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 31. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Second.
And a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Consent agenda is passed. So that means for everyone that's sitting in the audience, we will consider, I believe, and y'all make sure that I have these numbers right, that we will be on public hearing tonight is 1A, 1B, 13, 14, 18A, and B, and items number 22. So clarification, the rest of the items have either been deferred or withdrawn or passed on the consent agenda. So we're ready to start with item 1A, public hearing.
Is she recusing herself?
Yes.
Yeah. So item 1A.
Good afternoon. Stephanie McCullough. I'll be presenting item 1A. This is an amendment to the Bordeaux Whites Creek plan. The request from the applicant is to amend the Bordeaux Whites Creek community plan by changing the policy for the site from district industrial to district impact, and the site is outlined in red. The staff recommends amending the district industrial policy by including a special policy for these properties. The current policies for the site are district industrial and conservation. So the district industrial policy enhances areas that are dominated by one or more industrial activities so that they are strategically located and thoughtfully designed to serve the overall community or region, but not at the expense of the immediate neighbors. The types of uses in these areas include non-hazardous manufacturing, distribution centers, and mixed-use business parks. Uses that support the main activity and contribute to the vitality of the area are also found in this policy. In addition to the district industrial policy on the site, there are areas of conservation policy. This policy is intended to preserve and enhance environmentally sensitive land. Conservation policy identifies land with sensitive environmental features, including but not limited to steep slopes, floodways, floodplains, rare or special plant or animal habitats, wetlands, or unstable or problem soils. And in the case of this property, it is the conservation area identifies areas within the floodway. Okay, and this is a picture of the current site and its surrounding area. Now, the applicant proposed policy is district impact. So the district impact policy is intended to create and enhance areas that are dominated by one or more activities that have or can have a significant adverse impact on the surrounding area. And these areas, again, are located and thoughtfully designed to serve the overall community, but not at the expense of the immediate neighbors. It's been determined that the proposed use for this property would not provide a significant impact on the area, thus the recommendation for a special policy rather than changing the policy to district impact. So the staff recommends approval of the following special policy language to accompany the area to be mapped on in the Bordeaux Whites Creek Community Plan. So the parcels at 1311 and 1325 Vashti Street are located within the district industrial policy, but are also included in a special policy to allow all uses envisioned within the district industrial policy and a concrete batch plant. So the design principles of the district industrial policy category are followed for the uses, in addition to providing vegetative buffers to screen and separate the uses, medium to heavy and manufacturing uses, from all surrounding properties. The recommendation is to approve the policy amendment, the special policy area.
And this is the associated zone change, item 1B on your agenda. And this is a request to rezone from IWD to SP to permit the development of all uses under IWD plus one additional use of a concrete batch plant. Staff's recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions, subject to the approval of the policy amendment. This is a current view of the property. It is currently zoned IWD. And the surrounding zoning includes IWD and IR. The current district industrial policy includes all the sites adjacent to the property proposing to be rezoned. And the plan proposes a concrete batch plant, which would normally be a heavy manufacturing use permitted only under IG, but many of the impacts of an industrial use, things like truck traffic, and it can be done with the existing IWD zoning. They have included additional height and buffer conditions in the revised plan, and their intent is to relocate from the current location, I believe it's approximately 1 mile south of there. These are the conditions of approval. The permitted uses will be limited to IWD zoning and the one additional use of concrete batch plant. The total height would be limited to 73 feet, which is lower than the IWD height would allow now. A D5 landscape buffer would be proposed on the outside of the property and all adjacent properties, which is a significant buffer requiring a masonry wall and significant plantings. There's a conservation greenway easement dedication, including the floodway plus 75 additional feet. The hours of operation are limited to 6 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday and 7 a.m. to 12 on Saturdays. There are also additional conditions regarding lighting and signage. And in conclusion, staff recommends approval with conditions and disapproval without all conditions, subject to approval of the policy amendment.
Thank you. So now we're going to, just for clarification, on 1A and 1B, the public hearing will be together for both of those items, and then we'll vote on them separately, voting on the policy piece, which is 1A first, and then 1B. So I want to make sure everybody's clear on that. And so, yes, Commissioner.
I just had a question, just to clarify and make sure, Stephanie, that the staff recommendation on the policy change is not what the application has asked, or the applicant has asked for. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Could you describe that one more time?
Okay, so instead of changing the policy from district industrial to district impact, that would
Which is what they've requested.
Which is what they requested. And in conjunction with adding one more use to this SP, the IG zoning, or the batch plant. For the batch plant use. Mm-hmm. We're adding a special policy for that area.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Any other questions before we get going on the public hearing? So let's open the public hearing. The applicant is allowed 10 minutes to speak, and you can, if you don't use all of your time, you can reserve 2 minutes for rebuttal. Make sure that you state your name and address for the record.
Yes, we definitely would like to reserve 2 minutes for rebuttal, and we'll try to keep it as brief as possible. We do have several members of the public that want to speak, but we'll try to limit those speakers to 10 minutes total.
Thank you.
I'm representing the applicant. My name is Jessica Lucision, and I'm a professional engineer licensed in Tennessee. I reside at 4366 Arno Road in Franklin. The parcels proposed for rezoning have been owned by Nashville Ready Mix since the 1980s. They've always planned to consolidate their operations to this location. The site is currently used as a storage yard, as you can see in these photos, and the adjacent site to the north is their existing maintenance facility. The intent is to consolidate their operations by placing a new state-of-the-art batch plant on the Vashti site and ceasing batch plant operations down on the Cowan Court site. Next slide shows photos of, sorry. Whoops, a little too quick on the clicking. This is an example of the batch plant and a ready mix truck. The Vashti Street parcels are outlined on this zoning map. The existing zoning is IWD, Industrial Warehouse Distribution, and the land use policy is industrial. The zoning map we're showing here, we've color-coded for you, and the areas in purple are all industrial, which illustrates what's easily seen if you stand on the James Robertson Bridge, that the entire riverfront in this area is industrial. We've requested SP zoning to include the IWD uses and a concrete batch plant. We're not proposing to open it up to other uses. And as stated by the planning staff in their report, they found that the operational characteristics of a concrete batch plant are not a deviation from what's currently anticipated in the district industrial policy. This aerial shows that how we're moving the location. It's less than a mile away. Both sites are in industrial areas. And to allow for this relocation, we submitted our applications in December. Planning mailed postcards, and we met with nearby landowners in January. We worked with planning staff to address the concerns raised in that meeting, and we held another public meeting in February to present our revised plan and additional information. This shows our previous layout and our current layout. Out of respect for the nearby houses in this industrial area, we increased the landscape buffer in length and significance. As indicated here, we're now proposing to continue the buffer to Baptist World Center Drive. The landscape buffer was revised from a type B1 to a type D5, and the type D5 buffer, as was mentioned, includes an 8-foot masonry wall, additional trees, so it will be aesthetically pleasing and buffer any noise concerns. There were concerns from the public about existing truck traffic on Baptist World Center Drive and an overall increase in truck traffic. As stated by the Traffic and Parking Department in their review of their preliminary SP, this request is not expected to generate a significant difference in traffic. Providing this zoning will decrease the truck traffic at the intersection of Vashti and Baptist World Center Drive because the trucks will use internal driveways to get from the existing maintenance facility to the batch plant because they'll be coexisting. We heard concerns in January about building height. We're not proposing silo heights above the allowable height in IWD zoning. Out of respect for the neighbors, we're proposing to reduce the silo height to 73 feet rather than our original request of 85 feet. As shown in this 3D model, we took a photo from Fern Avenue on Katy Hill to show the downtown skyline view from Fern Avenue is not impacted by the proposed silo. In fact, the ground elevation decreases by about 45 feet from Fern Avenue to the Nashville Ready Mix site on Vashti. There was concern raised about the batch plant operating 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so the planning staff has included a condition in the SP about hours of operation. There was a concern raised about litter along Vashti Street on the site frontage, so we've started cleanup efforts and we'll continue those efforts. If the rezoning is approved, the site will be modernized and continuously maintained. Another concern raised at the public meetings related to noise levels. The batch plant itself doesn't make much noise. The noise generated on site is related to the trucks. The trucks currently warm up at the existing maintenance facility on Baptist World Center Drive, so there won't be a change in the ambient noise level. Also, the plant will be set up and located on the site to minimize the noise and direct it toward the west rather than toward the residences to the east. And regarding concerns about dust, the site will comply with all TDEC regulations, including the specific requirements in the air permit issued by Metro's Air Pollution Board. And the Air Pollution Board conducts an annual inspection during which the inspector watches every part of the process. Regarding the site itself, the new driveways will be concrete, so dust will not be created by the truck traffic. Finally, raw materials are delivered in a moist condition and are kept moist through watering efforts to decrease the fugitive dust. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Davis. I reside in Mount Juliet, Tennessee, and I'm a licensed professional engineer in Tennessee. In the year 2012, I took my retirement from the Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation, where I've worked since 1974 for the state of Tennessee's Division of Water Pollution Control. For the last 24 years leading up to that, that's from 1988 until 2012, I was director of that state agency. I now work part-time teaching stormwater management through a nonprofit called the National Stormwater Center. I do in-person seminars and webinars and have instructed public and private sector students from most of the 50 states and Puerto Rico. I visited the present concrete plant site and the new proposed location with the general manager and the consulting engineers. The new site presents well for stormwater control. It's relatively level, receives little or no off-site drainage, and will incorporate setbacks from the river that the present site doesn't have. The consultant on this project is a top-level engineering firm, and the two licensed engineers working on this project have significant relevant experience with stormwater management design. Based on my observations and my discussions with management and the consulting engineers, I expect the site to operate within the bounds of the state permit for ready-mix concrete facilities and metro stormwater requirements so that there will be no adverse impacts on waters.
Good afternoon. My name is Erica Garrison, 4509 Nebraska Avenue. I'm here on behalf of Nashville Ready Mix. You just heard the staff, the district council person, and our engineering and environmental experts all make the case for why this use can and is appropriate for this area and why it makes good planning sense. It consolidates the industrial uses onto one site. It cleans up the area. It's in an area that's been used historically for industrial uses. It lessens the traffic impact on the local roads by using an internal system of roads and allows a new state-of-the-art batch plant to be located here. I want to briefly highlight the economic benefits this use plays in our overall city. Admittedly, not everyone loves these types of uses. However, they're necessary and appropriate for a thriving city. Nashville Ready Mix has previously worked on projects for Vanderbilt, the state of Tennessee, Rolling Mill Hills, the Nashville Center Parking Garage, Capitol View, and many other vital projects for our city. They only have 2 plants in Davidson County, and this is the only one that serves the urban core. Well, it might be nice for them to locate outside of the core. That's not possible or realistic because they absolutely must be located in the core to service the growing population there. While there are a total of 5 batch plants in the urban area owned by 3 companies, one of which is Nashville Ready Mix, there are already jobs that cannot be serviced because they simply cannot meet the current demand. So as we continue to grow, there's a challenge for this city as a whole. We simply must provide, from a planning perspective, places in the urban core for these industrial uses to continue to operate to service us. And in our opinion and staff's opinion, this consolidation of Ready Mix's site onto this one industrial zone property makes good planning sense. The site is prime and appropriate for this use, and we ask for your approval.
Thank you. You have 1 minute and 35 seconds for your rebuttal. I'll keep a note of that. All right, anyone else wishing to speak? Or are we going to do? Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? If you would come up to the line behind the microphone and please state you have 2 minutes to speak.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Is this part of the 10 minutes presentation?
No, these are regular.
These are real people?
These are voters and taxpayers.
Just checking.
All right, and so you have 2 minutes.
Okay.
State your name and your address. And
My name is Jennifer Meadows, and I live in Nashville, specifically at 221 Cross Timbers Drive in the Bellevue area. I've been part of this company for my whole life. It's a local company serving local needs. Consolidating our operations to the Vashti location has been part of our plan since we bought the property back in 1987. Similarly, it's always been an industrial area, and our neighboring sites and up and down the riverfront have been used for industrial purposes for decades and decades before us. This is a very exciting moment for our company. This has been 28 years in the making. And it's not just us. We've gathered 131 letters of support from our neighbors, our contractors, our vendors, and our supporters. I have brought them with me to submit to you. I'd like to hand those to you. Thank you. Many of those people are here today with me, and we've brought a great crowd, and they support the rezoning and the plan amendment. Could everyone here that supports this stand up, please? Come on, guys. Thank you. You'll notice all the blue. Those are our guys. I also want to thank you, Commissioners, for hearing this important matter, and I trust you will consider the planning staff's recommendation to approve, as well as the importance of progress and growth here in Nashville. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Bryant. I live in Brentwood, Tennessee. I want to start by saying to everyone here at this meeting that as general manager, I take responsibility for everything that goes on at this facility. I participated in public meetings with many of the people who have reservations about this project. I gave everyone my assurance then, and I will again today, that I am here to listen, inform, and be a good neighbor. There's one concern that came up a few times that I'd like to speak on regarding truck traffic. You've already heard from our experts and engineers that the site is currently being utilized by our trucks. This is where the biggest improvements to the neighborhood will be. Currently, we use the T intersection at Vashti Street and Baptist World Center Drive. It is a tight radius and traffic can back up at times at that stop sign. Fortunately, our new entrance and exit are on the lower portion of Vashti Street. Since the vast majority of our trucks leave our facility and go south, this means that we will be able to use the new internal access from Vashti Street and take most of our traffic off of the public roads and alleviate traffic at the T intersection. This will be a major improvement for everyone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Roy Alexander. I reside in Red River Road in Gallatin, Tennessee. Thank you for letting a foreigner come and speak to you. I am a vendor supplier to Nashville Ready Mix. If this meeting were taking place 10 years ago, I would not be here. Or if I were, I would be on the other side of the aisle, so to speak. Things have changed with the management of Nashville Ready Mix. They have become a very, very confident and, in my opinion, corporate citizen of Nashville. Everything that I see, from what little I've studied what they want to do, this could even be an example to other industries in Nashville to combine operations in one location that would open up. The Cowan Street development, this appears to be a roadblock that may be removed to see that area develop, and the area that is on Vashti now, if you've been there, this will certainly be an improvement to it. I think these people deserve a chance. I think they need to do due diligence, and I believe they will. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Cindy Davis. I work at 605 Cowan Street. And I have a massive fear of getting up and talking in front of people, so I obviously feel very strongly that Nashville Ready Mix and their plans are a good idea. I want you to think of the jobs that this will create for people. If approved, Nashville Ready Mix is looking to hire 15 workers to meet the demand, and that's a huge investment. As we all know, Nashville is growing, and we really need this project.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jimmy Dickey. I live at 4309 Parkview Circle in Nashville. Just wanted to give my support for this type of service that will be good for the economy. We can't grow without concrete located near the downtown core, and putting all of our operations on one site just makes good sense. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Planning Commission, my name is Steve Cummings. I work out of the Cowan Street office in Nashville, and I want to thank you for allowing me a minute to speak. I want to ask you to join me, the planning staff's recommendation, and the dozens of people in the seats in supporting this proposal. We all share the belief that it's a good policy, and the entire Nashville community will benefit. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
My name's Denny Lind. I live in Smithville, Tennessee. I grew up here in Nashville, and I'm here on behalf of the support of Nashville Ready Mix. And I've never met anybody on this council, so I don't know how many of you locally graduated from a high school here. Steve Meadows did. Steve Meadows was like a lot of us in this room today. He had a dream. He got out of Father Ryan High School, and he wanted to go in the ready mix business. And he started a ready mix business 30 years ago. It was one plant that now is an eight plant operation, 6 different counties, employs 130 people. And it's a family-owned business. And I've been in the concrete business for 37 years. So I've seen the decline of family-owned businesses. It was over 90% when I started in the United States, and now it's way below 20%. Most of them have been bought out by international companies, and I think we need to support a family-owned business and have them prosper and not discourage somebody from growing in the Nashville, Tennessee market. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's David Self. I live in Dixon, Tennessee. I know Nashville Ready Mix will be a good neighbor. We try to do everything we say we're going to do at all times. And we'll try to, the truck traffic going through our new property will be better for the intersection down there, and it'll be better on the community down there. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Cliff Green, and I'm from Smyrna, Tennessee. So I guess you might be asking, why are you here? But I travel Cowan Street and World Baptist Street myself. I use the Cumberland River in my houseboat, and I go downtown Nashville and see the sights. And it only makes sense to me that if Nashville Ready Mix wants to move their plant to the other side of the interstate bridge, that just opens up that much more scenic area for downtown Nashville and what goes on there. And that bridge and all will help hide the plant. The plant will be a state-of-the-art plant, and it will be better for the whole city, I think, if they just make this one slight move. This will open up riverfront property on that side, and it will help maybe build something else there for some other type of use. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in support? Please line up behind the microphone if you would, if there's more folks.
Hello, my name is James Taylor. I live in Dixon County, and I support the proposal because of the increase of efficiency that it will have when they put up a new state-of-the-art plant. It'll be more efficient on loading, and with all the environmental, be able to take care of it a whole lot better. And it'll be a better thing to for the roadways in downtown, be able to get to them a whole lot better and a whole lot efficient.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Ricky Clark. I live at 112 Manette Court, Nashville. I was considered, please consider what a good company, Nashville Ready Mix, have been for people who work in the concrete and building trade. I'm nervous. In the building trade, and how important they are to many. I mean, how important they are to our economy.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in support? Now, those folks wishing to speak in opposition, you have 2 minutes as well.
There's one neighborhood group that requested 5 minutes.
Oh, hold on a second. Is there one neighborhood group that's requested 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay.
You go first.
So you'll speak first, and then the citizens can speak. 2 minutes.
All right, my name is Matthew Schrader. I live at 1208 Katy Avenue. I own property there in Katy Hill, as well as I'm a builder for the area. We started in 2004 purchasing property to revitalize this area. In front of you, we have 2 different packets. One is a Katy Hill redevelopment or revitalization plan. We have tried to be very sensitive to the area because we feel this is a real gem for Nashville that's been overlooked for a long time. And this is a really good comprehensive plan that shows our vision and our direction on moving forward with this area. The next thing I have is our opposition package. It's a good detailed outline of why we oppose this. And the real main issue of why we oppose this is we really feel this is going to lose money for Nashville. We right now have a project that is ready to start that will be $10 million in new house sales this year alone. And the problem is that by doing this zoning change is what we're really talking about, is a zoning change lessens the confidence of new home buyers and financial institutions that are helping us through the revitalization. If no one can be guaranteed that overlays are going to stay in place as they are, it's hard to get a bank or anyone to do the risk. The risk is already great as it is in this area. So we really feel as residents we're against it, as businesses we're against this policy change, because it really is spot zoning. And so it leaves the confidence for a bank or future homeowners to look at an area saying, well, if I invest my money into this area, could this just change at the drop of a hat? And so that for us is the real issue. It's the zoning change being a spot zoning issue. As far as Councilman Scott was talking about the development, we applaud the development that's going on in Cowan Street. Top Golf is a wonderful thing that's coming in, but this has nothing to do with the batch plant. This does, however, to do with a development on Cowan Street that was in the Nashville or the Business Journal a few weeks ago. But this, talking to that developer, this is not even on the books for 10 years. So there's no immediate need to do this right now, to move something a half a mile down the road, and that's all it really is, a half a mile, to go into a neighborhood evolving area. And that's, again, the issue we have. It is so close, putting a impact area right against a neighborhood evolving area. And it would be just like you all having a batch plant in your backyards. And that's the issue we have. It just leaves no confidence for people who want to buy into the area. And as far as Nashville Next, this is really not a 20 or 25-year plan to move something a half a mile. That means we're going to grow a half a mile in 20 to 25 years. What is a 20-year plan is to possibly look at putting the batch plant near the two existing rock quarries we already have in District 2. If that's a conversation, I think that's a conversation worth having because those can coexist very well. But to sacrifice our riverfronts and our prime real estate land just to move something a half a mile doesn't seem to make sense, and it's the exact opposite argument that Scott Davis was making. They're excited to move it from that location so they can get their build, but they want to move it over into District 2. So I think there's a wider subject here. We would like you to reject this proposal on the zoning issue. And what we would also like to do, at least to get you to defer it, to really study it and see the impact of the property, because we do think that we're going to lose a lot of money. And in this revitalization plan that we've been working on, this is over $100 million in new development, starting from adjusted income all the way up to high income living. And if you've never been up on Fern Avenue, if you just drive up there once, you can see what a gem this could be for Nashville. It has been highly overlooked area, and it is in perfect setup to be developed as a premier gateway into downtown Nashville. But nobody wants to go through a batch plant site for a gateway into downtown Nashville. So with that, we ask that you actually reject this zoning change and at least defer it and really study the information. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Leslie Oliver. I live at 916 Warren Street, downtown near Farmers Market in Nashville. I am also a property owner on Katy and Fern Avenue. I, at one point, had 5 of the properties up there. I'm now down to 2, but the bottom line is my sister also has property up there, Lori and Tom Gardino, and they live out in Bellevue. So with those 3 properties alone, I mean, could be worth so much more than I'm thinking they're going to be worth if we have a batch plant there. I mean, I agree with what I'm just is really just ditto to everything that Matthew said, pretty much. I mean, I can't reiterate it, but I believe I've looked at this area. It's a view property of downtown. I mean, you've got views from down there. The difference is between that and what's over 440 is we don't have traffic noise from that highway going by because it's far enough away. So what we get is views on a quiet hilltop overlooking downtown. Anything that looks like industrial to people building up there is going to be a definite property, devalue. I feel going down in the property value and a difference in what they would want to purchase if they're looking to purchase. I've been doing real estate investing along with some other things for about 9 years now. I bought in up there to do that very thing. I mean, I've owned that property for 9 years, since 2006, and I was looking at it as a major place to do high-end, really literally high-end income, property up there. It's a beautiful little neighborhood. If it was completely rehabbed, it would be like a jewel. What Matthew is saying, like a jewel or a gateway into a premier property area for Nashville entering in. It's pretty awesome. So that's my story. I'm hoping we will able to agree again, defer what you guys would be taking a look at, so we at least see what we've got to say. Maybe take a stronger look at it. I've had some pretty strong people working with me, and I've got 6 seconds. And so, thank you for listening. Hopefully we can defer it. Thank you.
Next.
Hello, my name is Joanne Summerall, and we are property owners, and we have been there at 1209 Brick Church Pike for the past 15 years. Within the past 6 years, I'm a retired teacher, Davidson County Metro Schools, and we have a school there, which is right across the street with the concerns here. And at present, we are housing children there. Our major concerns are the safety and the health factors that will affect our children. At present, we have received a lot of noises. We just experienced daily noise, as well as, I believe this is the third time this year that we're having to repair our fence areas. So these are our concerns. As I said, our school is growing. We are a private school. We are 501c3. We're certified K through 12. And we are wondering how this particular site would affect our school, which I said is presently undergoing teaching, instruction, and planning, and so forth. So we're wondering what is our vision for this if we remain in this area, and we desire to remain there because, as I said, for the past 15 years, we have owned this property. So we hope that you will consider our concerns today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, my name is Tara Lurs, and my address is 2401 Cairo Bend. I am a realtor in the greater Nashville area. I have been for 11 years, so I know a great deal about all the amazing work you all are doing with Nashville Next. I think it's an amazing plan. I remember when it first started rolling out, and I can't believe how far it's already come in such a short period of time, so thank you. I'd also like to let you know that I have viewed that and followed the process of that, and I think that the biggest picture with the Nashville Next is having everything integrated, where we have the amount of space to house the people that are coming to Nashville. I've had a wonderful opportunity to speak with lots of members of the government here that's anticipating the great move, and as you know, if you've looked for a house lately, there is a shortage. We are selling houses sometimes before they go on the market. Within a few days, our real estate market here is booming. People are relocating here. They're bringing their businesses here. We've got a lot of people from the Northeast relocating businesses here to Nashville. And every time we're in one of these meetings, it's what are we going to do with all these people? We need more places to have them. So what I'd really like for you to see with the proposal that you have from the Katy Hill development is all of the rich opportunities for how many houses we can get in there. We have we have an 18-unit development right now. We've got opportunities for condos, for all levels of living there, which are all going to be from very affordable to luxury, right around the corner, right in the gateway. So what I like to think of as a taxpayer and big picture is that moving a batch plant a half a mile down the road, as far as revenue, I get that there may be a few more jobs here and there, but all of the construction around here is going to create a lot more jobs than 16 just to build. Also, just the tax revenue, there's over $10 million in tax revenue and just property taxes alone that would go up. That would be a wonderful asset. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Sean O'Malley, and I am a future resident of Fern Avenue, and I intend to build my dream home there in the next year. And second of all, I am also a business owner. I am a business owner that employs over 2,000 middle and upper income taxpayers. In 2013 alone, I created 300 jobs. In 2016 and 2015, I intend to create another 300 jobs. I've been eyeing the Trinity Lane corridor in the Katy Hill area for several years. And if the council continues to vote for to use the North Nashville as its dumping ground, I have zero intention of building my businesses there, and I've eyed a couple other cities to do that. I'm in strong opposition of this. It's for the future of Nashville. and the growth, it would be a poor decision to vote for this batch plant. It's planned that 1 million people are going to move to Nashville in the near future. And as I-65 and 24 and Trinity Lane is one of the first things that everybody sees coming to Nashville, I would hope that you would see the gem that it is, and that I and the rest of the community here sees, and vote no for this batch plant. It's a great part of town, and it's got a lot of growth possibilities. So I would appreciate your consideration.
We need your address.
113 Fern Avenue, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Council. My name is Dane Obakowski. I'm a resident of the Katy Hill neighborhood. I own property at 1223 and 1225 John L. Copeland Boulevard. Katy Hill is an economically diverse neighborhood. It's a wonderful neighborhood. And if this concrete plant were to be put in our neighborhood, it would significantly decrease the quality of living of all of our residents. And one of the main points I'd like to talk about regarding that is the fact that rules regarding regular operating hours for this plant are non-binding. It's one of my primary concerns. There's a mechanism in place to allow exceptions, and there's precedence in this industry, in the concrete industry, for large concrete pours to occur at night. And that would be something that would directly impact the quality of living of the residents of our neighborhood, especially in light of the expected growth in the metropolitan Nashville area in the future. These sorts of large concrete pours almost certainly would occur at night. I'd like to use the remainder of my time to read an excerpt from a news report that was put out by WSMV, the local NBC affiliate. It reads as follows. This was February 10th, 2015. 2 employees of a cement truck company at the center of the Channel I-4 I-Team investigation have been indicted on criminal charges. The I-Team reported earlier this month that the co-founder of Nashville Ready Mix said that employees of his own company had known for weeks that the brake system on a truck was faulty. 2 of the employees, Robert Ashebrunner and dispatcher Carlton Mosley, were charged with vehicular and reckless homicide. And these are not the type of people that we want operating a business in our neighborhood. We feel very strongly about this as a neighborhood and a community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
My name is Paul Fay. I also represent a group of business owners on Vashti Street. I speak for myself, Paul Fay, Favorite Produce. I've got 3.75 acres adjoining this property. I speak for Todd Beaton, Sound Construction, whose business is across from me. Tony Rogers, who has the business behind Todd Beaton of Murphy Produce. And also speaking for Bill Brock, who owns property over on Baptist World Center Road, our newly elected state representative. We are against this project. Todd Beaton he can't be here, he's sick. He has concerns about the dust and all because he does mill work. He has 3 CNC machines over there, and that's going to generate a lot of dust from the river. It's going to blow over there. And he has, integral tools and stuff over there, and they do painting and stuff like this because he makes studio furniture, high-end studio furniture. Tony Rogers of Murphy has same concerns. So does Bill Beck. Is that we have safety and environmental concerns. We're afraid that the moisture, the water, the dust and stuff from the river will blow over our way. You've got 6 food distributorships right there. And we know that meningitis and listeria get spread like that. It's spread through water and it's spread through dust. Okay? And when I open my dock doors, if it comes in, guess what? We've got a health problem. And this food is shipped all around Nashville to your restaurants, to your schools, to your homes. This is not a minor problem. Third, I checked with Brent Schmidtkamp in California, who just had this problem, and
thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next.
Hello, I'm Helen Strickland at 8173 Charlotte Pike. In 1981, my husband and I, along with our son, began a produce business. We were across the street from the old farmers market on 6th Avenue North. As you know, Bicentennial Mall displaced us. So we moved. We were the first ones to buy over there on Vashti Street and to build a produce company. We were Nashville Tomato Company. Along came then other produce people that were also displaced, and they moved there. Although we had a meeting 20 years ago on this very same thing, and it was disapproved because it could contaminate produce. Now, my husband and I are no longer in the business, but we still own 2 buildings across the street from it. And we are concerned about the impact that it will have in people not wanting to lease or buy our property because of the batch plant being across the street from us. And I think this is something, we've been displaced, we've bought, we've built, we have invested, we have had employees, and we do not want something now to harm our business now that we are older and not working, we're retired. And this is something that I think is a great concern. What impact now will it have on our properties? And also, I'm still concerned for my produce people that for contamination. And I thank you all for listening.
Thank you. Next. My name is Mark Williams. I'm with Ernest Williams Produce at 925 Cowan Street. I am just right under the interstate bridge from this proposed site. And I want to say that everything you're hearing on this side of the aisle is pretty much true. I do run a food distribution business, and that gives me concerns. Now, this is a industrial area, I understand that. And when we all bought this property, we all built there because that was the zone. Ready Mix bought the property after most of us bought our property, and they knew the zoning when they bought it. They knew they couldn't build anything. They only wanted it for a boneyard, and that's the way it is. And my concern is devaluation of this whole area, because with the Fern Valley, the Fern View residential areas coming in, that would value all this property, not devalue. So I'm concerned of devaluing of the whole total property area plus the environmental impact. So I am against it. I do own the business right there next to it, and I do not support the zone change.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Murphy. I'm here for Katie Hill, Inc., 1102 17th Avenue South. The request is to deny. This is actually a very significant zoning change. It's been sort of sold as logical and consolidation. This is a very big zoning change. And once this cat gets out of the bag, you're going to have the same issue coming probably again. There's another batch plant that will be left in the same area. They're going to ask for the same special policy change for some other neighborhood. Right now, when you have heavy industry going into what used to be an industrial warehouse, the operative language is if it's not at the expense of the existing neighbors. And what I think everyone in the business area is trying to tell you is, yes, it's going to be very much at their expense. So Katie Hill specifically is looking at about a $10 million short-term loss. That translates to about $500,000 in lost property tax revenue just to Metro. That's not counting the revitalization program that's on the drawing board. So the $10 million worth of projects are in the pipeline. The bank's already said, we're going to wait and see what Planning Commission says. So Nashville Ready Mix has an up and running business. They're not going to lose anything. All of their employees are there. They're going to stay the same. They're picking up in one place and moving to another. What they're doing by that, and what unfortunately we're going to ask you to go against staff recommendation on this for, is because what that does is it disrupts the existing businesses that are already in District 2, the ones that have made plans and they've made investments. And the reason that heavy industry has come with experts and engineers is because they need permits. And those permits for air and water are routinely violated, which is why I have a thriving environmental law practice, because these are violated consistently. So we'd ask you to deny, vote no, at a bare minimum, consider the financial impact to Metro very carefully. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
My name is Bill Munson. I'm a resident of Franklin, Tennessee, but I both own a business on Trinity Lane and I own property on Trinity Lane. As a matter of fact, we're looking to build a new preschool.
Give us your address.
Trinity Lane is, the address I own is 407 Trinity Lane, and we currently operate at 300 West Trinity Lane. And we serve, go ahead. Oh. We serve over 40 children and their families, and as you may or may not know, I'm sure you do know, we are a highly regulated industry, and it's highly in favor of the health and safety of the children that we take care of, both in terms of traffic, in terms of air quality. Everything is measured. We are highly concerned about the physical and safety risks to our families and their children. We see Nashville Next as looking at this particular area as high-value property, and we are very active in our community because we care about these families and the families that are moving to the area. We actually had considered another property that we had under contract and had proposed residential development, and were a day shy of having a hearing here to get that property zoned for our preschool, which had wonderful views of the downtown landscape. And in speaking with council and with our local real estate experts, the recommendation was to build higher value homes than we thought the area would support. And which is great for our, great for the community, but that's, we think that the batch plant would adversely impact all of those objectives. So that's really my statement.
Thank you. If everybody wishing to speak in opposition, if y'all could line up. If I know there's probably more. Okay.
Hi, my name's Anthony Cherry. I own 3 properties directly across the street from the proposed batch plant. 1303, 1305, and 1307 Baptist World Center Drive. About a year ago, I started planning to do a housing development there. I've been through PRC hearings. It looked very good with the PRC for me to put 14 very expensive homes right there. I've put the brakes on that. The lender told me just to calm down and let's see what happens here after this, after what the Planning Commission says. And I thought that was a very good idea. What I'm requesting is that you just look at this a little bit longer, defer it, and talk about it a little bit more, and don't make any quick decisions on this. And also, what we have in front of us here is page number 12, I believe, on the staff report. There was a updated proposal with an extended buffer. I'm not sure which page that's on, but it extended the buffer all the way to Baptist World Center Drive. Tell me when you all have that. Do you all have that? You saw it in the slide? Okay. Well, this is being called the Vashti batch plant, and because the egress and ingress is looking like it's going to be at Vashti and Cowan. Well, I'd like to take note that there appears to be another egress and egress onto Baptist World Center Drive. Now, when I asked the Gresham Smith engineering or architectural firm if indeed they planned on keeping the egress ingress on Baptist World Center Drive, they said yes, but I don't see it active in the SP. And I would just like to make a note that the SP says there is no egress on Baptist World Center Drive.
Thank you. We'll answer that when...
Please do. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? All right, seeing none, we'll go back to the rebuttal. You have 1 minute and 35 seconds, but we We'll count it down from 2, but it's really 1 minute and 35 seconds.
Thank you. Stephen Brown, Gresham Smith and Partners, 2601 Link Drive in Franklin. You've heard a lot of concerns. You've also gotten a lot of concerns in writing. We have also presented a letter rebutting some of those concerns specifically, specific to dust, specific to economic impact. I am not an economist. I'm a civil engineer, but we do have a letter from an economist. I do want to point out that he states, while I am sympathetic to such concerns, there is no reason in the current setting to expect that the facilities development will in any way affect the values of nearby residential properties. We feel like we've addressed the concerns. We are in agreement with all of staff's conditions. If you have questions that would cause you such concern as to vote no tonight, we would not be in opposition to a deferral to give us time to answer your questions and to work with staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I declare the public hearing closed, and now we're on discussion, and we'll start with Stuart.
Did I understand you said we're going to take a 5-minute break for the restroom? I'm almost sure. Did you hear that?
Yes. Let's take a.
I was almost sure you said that.
I said that. Why don't we take a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll get into the discussion. Thank you.
There's a game, Stuart.
Start with, as I had stated before, Commissioner Clifton.
I have a couple of questions and thoughts. One of them is, should we decide to vote for something, in terms of the zone change, not the plan amendment, but should we decide to adopt something that had conditions with it, can there be an enforceable condition regarding hours that can be a legitimate condition to an approval, hours of operation? And how would you go about enforcing it?
Mr. Clifton, I think the answer to that question lies in, to the extent that it is part of the zone change, a zoning designation with specifically identified uses or conditions that are attached to that zoning designation would then trigger, if there was theoretically a violation, that would trigger potential action in Metro's environmental court, because it would go to unpermitted uses under the zoning code or the specific zoning designation. And while that sounds like the smallest of potatoes, that is the beginning of the process whereby enforcement could be sought.
Right. So it couldn't be overridden by a more general law about business operation hours. This would be a specific and controlling if it were adopted in as a set of conditions.
I think that it would be treated just like any other condition of the zoning code.
All right. I'd like some further discussion from the staff. It's been a long time since you spoke, a couple hours now. Obviously, this area is industrially zoned now, and so it's not a change from residential or agricultural to industrial. But also, obviously, they can't build it under current zoning without a change. So tell me again about that IWD. What, special policy was it, or how did you frame it?
So the change from the special policy of district industrial to district impact would open it up for more intense development. So as opposed to that, instead of that, we added the special amendment to the district industrial policy, which is the lesser intense industrial.
How does it differ in intensity?
It differs in the zoning that's allowed within that policy. So the district impact allows more hazardous, non-hazardous, or it allows more hazardous zoning than the industrial.
Is it like a case-by-case determination as to whether it's okay or not? Or is there a bright line? I mean, if we were to amend the plan and somebody else came forward with another proposal, say this didn't go through, but the plan was amended, whatever, what are some things that could and couldn't be done with this plan besides this one? With that plan change?
With that plan change, only a concrete batch plant would be allowed in that policy area.
Okay.
Or anything that would fall within the existing policy. So everything that would be in district industrial, which some of the examples of appropriate land uses for that are ancillary daycare, residential, commercial, distribution, manufacturing office, storage, et cetera.
So all those things could be done now, though, too?
Right.
All those?
So all those plus the batch plant.
Okay.
I can add that in addition to the limitation on the policy, the zone change request is also only for the uses of IWD, so it's currently permitted under the existing zoning, plus this one additional use of concrete batch plant, and then has conditions that comply with the conditions of the special policy for buffering against adjacent properties.
I have some further thoughts, but I'm going to wait for the moment.
Commissioner Gee.
So along those lines, under our land use table, how is a concrete batch plant classified?
That's heavy manufacturing.
Heavy manufacturing. And so we have, I don't know if you have any graphics that would help the commission show the land uses allowed under our different zoning categories. So I wouldn't have to read them here, but and I'm just trying to take this in really to understand. So it's heavy manufacturing which is allowed in, we have 3 industrial zoning categories. We have IWD, IR, and IG. They're listed in that order. Are they listed in that order because they are in order of
Intensity. Yes.
Intensity.
Yes. So IWD would be the least intense, then IR, IG being the only one that permits heavy manufacturing. Now, there are other manufacturing uses that fall into heavy manufacturing. This SP does not include additional uses, only the concrete batch plant use.
Okay. Okay. I think, for me right now, I'm not sure I know what to believe in terms of the potential impact from an environmental perspective, from a health perspective. They talk about watering systems to take care of airborne dust. I don't really know what that means. I don't know if it's indoors, outdoors, how well contained that is, and perhaps I guess on the flip side, I do think that consolidating the properties and the operations makes a lot of sense. I do think that we need industrial near our core, especially uses like this. This is somewhat anecdotal, and there could be big differences between these facilities, but in Vancouver, at Granville Island, there's a concrete plant that sits right in the middle of Granville Island, right across the water from all these concrete high-rises. And there was a big push by many to try to remove this from this historically industrial area that had been transformed. Granville Island is, I believe it's the most visited attraction in Canada, I believe. It may be second behind the falls, but there was an argument that moving it away from downtown could just create, additional transportation, additional travel. We need concrete close to downtown because of all the buildings that are built down there, and so it's not a problem. Now, I don't know what kind of measures they have in terms of dust and water pollution and those kinds of things, and that's why I'm not sure I'm prepared to make a decision tonight, because you see places like that where it works and there's no complaints and it's not a problem, and they sort of take pride in the fact that they've been able to mix industrial uses and make it a working neighborhood and an entertainment neighborhood and a tourist neighborhood. And so I think I'd like to hear either tonight or maybe at a future hearing, if we defer this, more from the applicant about the specifics. I don't know if they're prepared to touch on those with regard to that. Maybe if the commission's okay with it, I'll ask the applicant to address some of the specifics. I don't know if we can get there tonight or not, but if you all could help us understand with regard to airborne dust as well as water quality, I think are the two.
Come on up.
Stormwater.
Let's speak to dust first. There's a couple of different sources of dust in an operation like this. Number one is the dust from the actual process. The equipment that's used is very good at keeping that dust contained. It's not an absolute. There's some specific percentages in the report, in the letter that you've got in front of you. But for the concrete dust itself, the folks here have a vested interest in using as much of that in the product as possible and not losing it to dust. So that equipment itself is very efficient in controlling dust. The second source of dust is environmental dust. That would be dust from either trucks traversing the site or from the material stockpiles, both of which we feel like we've addressed in our proposal. Speaking to the trucks, we're proposing concreting the drives there, whereas currently there's trucks traversing that piece of property right now on gravel or just dirt drives, and there's quite frankly, some dust there today. We feel that in terms of environmental dust, what we're proposing is going to be a positive impact. I also mentioned environmental dust from the stockpiles. That's where we talk about watering, moistening the stockpiles. Do that for two reasons. Number one, to control dust, and then number two, that's part of the process for batching, is to keep a certain amount of moisture in that aggregate.
That helps. I don't know much about the process. Could you describe the process of what they do and how that occurs, and how do the stockpiles stay wet constantly until it's put into a batch?
We basically have two components in our mix. That's a cementitious product and coarse and fine aggregates. The aggregates are delivered, the stone is washed at the quarry and it's delivered in a moistened state. The fine aggregate is dredged out of the river, barged down, and it's delivered in a moistened state. It typically stays between 4 to 7% moisture, so it's always moist. Our rock stockpiles, especially in the warmer months when they tend to dry out, we do water them, sprinkle them with water to keep the dust down and the temperature of the material down for quality of the mix. Cementitious products are delivered in airtight tankers that are conveyed pneumatically into silos. These silos are airtight. On top of the silos, they have baghouses with filtration systems. Those filtration systems are 99.99% efficient in capturing dust particles from a minute, I forget the micron measurement, and up. We have to apply to the Metropolitan Board of Health Air Pollution Board for an air permit. That's done on an annual basis. They come out and inspect our site, watch our truck loading operation, and watch us unload all our cementitious products to make sure we're staying within the tolerances before they reissue the air permit. If there's an issue, they make us aware of it. We remedy it immediately. They come out and do a reinspection and have to give us a complete passing grade before they reissue the air permit, and that's done on an annual basis in Davidson County.
Could you also describe the new facility? Was described as state-of-the-art. How does that differ from the current facility?
Well, our current facility was constructed in 1987, I believe. The new plants, there's been a lot of improvements over the years, a lot of safety improvements, environmental controls put on the plants that automatically come on them. As far as the load point where the material is conveyed into the truck, there's two types of dust control we put there, sometimes one or the other or both in conjunction. There's a shroud the truck pulls into. There's a dust collector that's a vacuum system that vacuums all the dust out of the load point. And in some areas we use a water suppression ring, which is just a pipe ring around it with multiple nozzles that emit a fine water spray. When the dust comes up, it captures it and falls to the ground. And in some locations we use both. And it does a wonderful job. The inspectors from Davidson County and the state really like the water suppression. And we use them sometimes together. And all the drive lanes will be concreted. We'll either put in a sprinkler system or have a water truck on site to keep those areas moistened, to keep any dust down.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. I appreciate it. Sure. Yeah.
Could you talk about what's in the dust? I mean, I understand dust when you're driving around, there's dust on the road, but the dust that we're trying to keep suppressed and be so careful about, what's in it that we need to be so careful about?
Most of the dust on the site comes from the cementitious products, which is either Portland cement or a fly ash product. Fly ash is a byproduct of the coal burning process. And the Portland cement, most of the product is basically cooked limestone that's ground to a fine powder with some other additives put in it. And of course, you have natural limestone on the lot. You get fine particles that get moved around from there. All the products that we currently have in our ready mix facility are already at the site. Already at the site today. The site we're using is what people refer to as our boneyard, where we have a lot of equipment parked. And our maintenance facility already have Portland cement products at it, sand and limestone that's already at the site. that when trucks drive through it today, on the gravel roads and stuff, that's already putting that same dust up, has been for 25 years. So we're not really adding anything to it other than the plant itself. So the stuff that's at a concrete plant today has been on this existing site. We want to rezone for 25 years already.
In the fly ash, are there heavy metals, or are there things that we're concerned about? Is that,
No,
I guess, what I'm trying to figure out?
The fly ash it's the ash that's collected from the coal burning process at power plants. It goes through a system of scrubbing, this, that, and the other, and it's collected, and they use it. We use it a lot in concrete. There's a lot of other industries that use the fly ash. It binds up in the concrete, makes wonderful concrete. It makes it actually better, more dense, stronger concrete, but it is not labeled a hazardous material.
Commissioner Gee, you're still.
I also had a question about the site plan with regard to the, I'll call it the panhandle out to Baptist World Center Drive. The plan doesn't appear to include a driveway there. Is that correct?
The little panhandle piece of property, no, we do not propose a new driveway there. We do propose keeping an existing connection to the adjacent property. That's where their maintenance facility is currently located. That property is not part of this SP that's before you, but did want to point out that there is a cross connection there.
And it has access to Baptist World Center Drive?
The existing maintenance facility, yes, does have access to Baptist World Center Drive.
Okay. And then question for the staff regarding the extended buffer along that panhandle that we saw, I think in the applicant's presentation.
Yes.
Has that been submitted as a revised plan that just hasn't been reflected in your presentation?
It has not yet been submitted, but it is the plan that would satisfy the conditions of staff's recommendation.
Okay.
So changing the B1 buffer that's shown on the plan to the D buffer, and then extending that buffer north to Baptist World Center Drive.
Okay, thank you. That's all I've got for now.
You can sit down now. We may call you up again. Councilman Hunt?
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, as a point of order, is it possible to have
Ma'am.
1 minute from the other side on just the issues you have?
Ma'am, I'm sorry. Our rules, if we have a question, then we can, I know you're probably used to working in court of law, but we're a little different here. But if the question does come up from another commissioner.
There's probably not much chance it wouldn't come up in terms of hearing any response to what's been said, though.
That's right.
Yeah.
Councilman Hunt?
But not necessarily contemporaneously.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Hunter's helped me answer part of the question I had. The other one that I want to ask about, they was talking about how do we regulate and ensure that they operate within a certain time frame. And I was just wondering, in some of the areas that I've been involved in, when you're going into an SP, the SP can be written to actually dictate the time of today, time of the year, and put regulation on it within the SP. If the SP is approved, it tends to improve all of those items that goes with it. And I was just wondering if that's an issue with this particular piece, and then was trying to figure out how they're going to make them operate from 9 to 5. Could it not be written right in the SP?
I can take that, council member. There is a condition of staff's approval that limits operating hours from 6 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday, and 7 a.m. to 12 p.m. on Saturdays.
Okay. I'm good. Thanks.
I'll also note that for the public, if you want to, submit more arguments on either side, to the staff and/or the commission, you can always do that. So it's not the only time that you can submit remarks. So, and then there's also the council process as well. So there's plenty of debate on both sides just to answer your questions. But under our current rules, your question was not allowed during that time frame. So we are on to, how about we go over here to Commissioner LaQuire?
Well, I agree. We need concrete. I've got no problem with that comment. Nashville is booming, and concrete's a big component of it, and it's being close to town obviously makes a lot of sense. I just question whether it needs to be close to the river. I think consolidating property makes sense. I think drawing the use so that it's more efficient makes sense for anybody's business. I just wonder if, given time, if the long-range view of the river is to recapture the river and our enjoyment of use of the river, which we've been working on as we work from downtown in the different directions along the river, if the long-range view would be, if we make a firm decision right now on this and investing, having somebody invest more and more intractable use in this location, then the opportunity to have that potential long-range plan of the river use would be pretty much out of the question. And I also want to encourage this business to keep growing. I mean, they're talking about almost 10% increase in their employee mix, and that's a really good thing for the city. But I just wonder if there's a way for them to continue operating as they are, somewhat inefficiently, in order to find the time to get a location that's actually away from the river. And so that this could become something that is, it's in the floodplain, it has an opportunity, there's a lot of environmental issues, both to encourage the environment, there's a heron rookery nearby, and also not to damage the environment if there's potential leaking or anything into the river, or the gullies that feed the river. I just kind of want to back up and look at the long-term view of what we want along our river. And we're talking already about the Sequatchie plant moving so that we can have a more mixed-use type of use, and everybody's kind of excited about that. But if we put this here, it's there for good, I think. I mean, I don't think you make that kind of investment and then just pick it up and move it again in 5 years when we say, oh, well, now we want the river. And so I just really want to be careful how quickly we make this decision, because I feel like it's going to be pretty permanent. And I don't want to discourage the business. I think it's really important for our economy, and it's a family-held business. I mean, there's so many aspects about it that are really positive, but I just think if we took some time and slowed down a little bit, we might come up with some better uses and maybe be able to accommodate the business somewhere else. I mean, the Stricklands had to move when we needed the property, and we found a place for them. And the city may find that for the bigger and broader good, we want this riverfront for multiple uses. And so maybe we can encourage and help find a location where we can coexist with the concrete plant, but maybe just not on the river itself. That's just sort of a philosophical thought that I'd like to pose and have us all kind of consider. I think we've heard a lot of interesting argument on both sides. I think everybody, we tend to be impressed so much with how many people come to these meetings and really speak out clearly and cogently, and we really appreciate that from both sides, and how civil everybody is. We really appreciate this process. So I would be leaning more towards a deferral so that we have time to answer if there are environmental questions we want to raise. We can raise some tonight. But also to sort of think about what really is it. The plan already was, the community plan is the people have been planning since 2005, and they've got a vision for this area, the people who are living and working there. Our Nashville Next plans are coming along. I just wonder if we could, without being too detrimental to the business, but encouraging them to be able to consolidate, but maybe away from the river. I'm curious about the floodplain. I'd like to ask about that. I know we have a dike on one side of the river to keep the water out of Metro Center, and the banks change elevations, along the river as they go, but I feel like doing more building in floodplain seems counterintuitive. So could you sort of show us the picture that I see there's floodplain and a little bit of floodway, and then is the area behind that not in the floodplain?
It's in the 500-year floodplain, okay, which is not regulated. So the dashed line here that you see that's very faint is the 100-year floodplain that comes through here. It does come up the portion of the frontage of the property where the access and buffer is. There's also the floodway line here with the two buffer zones, the Zone 1 and Zone 2 outside of the floodway.
Okay, so the picture that we had that showed the bigger blue hatch mark was the 500-year floodplain.
Yes, the cross hatching that you see here is the 500-year floodplain, while the regular hatching is the 100-year floodplain, and it kind of goes through the property like that.
Okay. And then another question I had is I saw there was called out for an easement area for the greenway. How wide is that easement area?
It is the floodway plus 75 feet, so it encompasses both of the stormwater buffer zones along the river.
So that's pretty, it's broader.
It's this second dashed line that you see here is 75 feet from the floodway.
So it's the entire floodway and the 75 feet?
Yes.
Okay, so it's, okay. That's all for the moment. I'll keep listening.
Commissioner Farr?
I think I'm in the same boat as my fellow commissioners and having a lot of questions. But I guess, just sort of to make a point on the positive, in support of what Hunter said, I took a tour in Chicago last year and saw their industrial district and was quite surprised to see the level of industry that was happening within, a mile and a half of the Miracle Mile. So I do certainly appreciate the need for industrial uses close to the urban core and see how it can be done responsibly in a way that makes sense for the local economy. But I also really think I'm leaning in the direction that Commissioner LaQuire is going, and that is, I don't really know what the overall plan is for this segment of the river, both the one that we're looking at in question and then also the Cowan Street area. When I first looked at this, before I really understood, some of the things that were happening down with the Topgolf project, I thought, well, it would make a lot more sense to consolidate the operations down there where you're bound by an interstate on the other side. It seems to me that that's a much more compatible area for something that is classified as heavy machinery versus an area which is, even though that's an industrial area on the other side of World Baptist Drive, those are houses. So, it didn't make sense to me to think about continuing to consolidate industry in an area that's so close to housing when you've got another area right on the other side of the interstate that's right now all industrial. So now that I understand that there's a little bit more of a plan for what's happening on the south side of the interstate, which I'm happy to hear about, but again, I don't know what that overall plan is, and I'm reluctant to encourage additional investment in an area when I don't know that it makes sense for the overall big picture.
I can talk a little bit about what the policy is in both of the areas that you've mentioned. On this screen, you see the blue policy, which is the district industrial policy that encompasses this property and a lot of the surrounding properties. Mm-hmm. South of the interstate, the policy changes to a mixed-use policy.
Okay.
And so that entire area is planned for future mixed-use growth, while this area is planned for industrial uses, and that is not proposed to be changed in the preferred future Nashville Next draft.
Okay. And how did we get to that point? Out of curiosity. Is that?
Lots of discussion with the staff about kind of finding that balance between industrial use versus mixed use along the river and trying to find a balance with that. The Fern Avenue, the neighborhood is going to be, is proposed to be mixed or neighborhood evolving in Nashville Next. And then there's also, it should be noted that there's a pretty substantial bluff between the commercial or the industrial area and the residential. So it's almost a divide that's not really seen on a map.
Okay. And then I guess, again, on the policy side, I'm also somewhat struggling with, the one thing that's not allowed under the industrial IWD is heavy machinery, and yet we're saying we're going to allow one specific use in that policy. I mean, we're basically just allowing one additional use, which happens to be a batch processing plant, which to me does sound a little bit just inconsistent. I mean, it's almost like I feel like there'd have to be a wholesale change for that area. I don't know. I mean, for some reason, that's just not clicking in my head how that works.
If you went straight to IG, then it would open up a lot of other uses that might be appropriate for IG, but then might not be appropriate in that area, and especially in the proximity to other uses where this industrial area happens to be.
So then I struggle when I look at the list of allowable uses under the IWD and I see childcare, and I think, are we really saying that a batch processing plant is compatible in an area that allows childcare? I mean, that doesn't seem congruent to me. So.
And on that question what did you say, Stuart?
Hold on, let's have one person at a time. One person at a time.
Well, on that question have we done that before? Have we had an example where we've had a policy and we just allowed one specific use to drop in on a site in that policy and then not necessarily allow that same use in that policy in any other location? Have we ever done that before? Because it's this SP, we could.
Well, I would argue that that's exactly what we do with SPs all the time.
Okay. Well, that's what I need to ask.
I think I'm done. I'll let it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Dalton.
I'll be honest with you, looking at this and hearing the information from both sides, got a lot of information floating around up here, and I'll be honest with you, I am not prepared to make a decision on this right now. It's not for me, it's not as cut and dried as it may be for others, and I need a little more time to wrap my mind around all of these things and to come to some conclusion in my mind that I feel comfortable. If asked, and again, the company, I applaud your efforts. You are doing an awesome job, but I just need a little more time on this. And if asked to make a decision, I'm more conservative in my approach, and I'll have to. My vote would probably be against it until I've had a chance to feel comfortable with the decision that I'm making. So that's where I am. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We've had a lot of, I know there's probably more questions. We've had a lot of commissioners say they need more time, just FYI, probably for a deferral. But if there's more questions, we get them out so that, both parties know kind of what we're thinking and where we're heading. So,
Right.
Commissioner Clifton, you're next.
The two things that I'm kind of certain about are that the presentations on both sides of this were highly qualitative and gave us a lot more specifics than we are used to, and raised about as many questions that on both sides of the issue that I don't think any of us have thought about enough. I mean, we could say this about any case, but as I look at both sides' presentations and the in-depth way they've addressed them, I know I haven't read them carefully enough to make a really good decision today. So that's one thing. I also had planned to, when it was mentioned earlier that one of the opponents wanted to respond to a specific thing, I was planning to see if we could do that, but I don't think we have to do that today if the vote on a deferral motion is going the way I want to, the way I think it will. I'm just not ready to vote either. So I don't think we can defer it without reopening, because there will be questions we have and that other people may want to ask us again. I know this was a long hearing, but I don't think it's fair for us to simply defer it and then vote just on the written record. So my motion would be that we defer this for one meeting and urge all parties to provide us with as much data and argument as they can beforehand, because we're not really sure how much time we're going to have for that hearing. So I guess my short motion is that we defer for one meeting on both of these, the plan and the zone change.
Well, I understand the one meeting deferral. I would like to get a sense of I'm not sure if that's enough time potentially. But I would like to get a sense of the applicant and the other side of, but hold on.
Anytime that this body asks for a deferral, that it comes from y'all and usually it's to staff to go and do something, that I always try to get clarification about what it is you're asking us to go get. And what I've heard so far is that certainly there are health concerns regarding the dust and the materials that are used, and so clearly I think that's a question that y'all would like us to ferret out a little bit further and supply the commission with. I assume that the technology was also raised, clear information about what the new technology is that's being used. The other thing that I've heard is what our industrial properties, where do we have already zoned IG that would permit this type of use? I think that at other locations.
Or an appropriate IWD that we could do an SP on that would be also another possibility. Doesn't have to be IG, I don't think. I mean, if we're willing to do an IWD with a special thing, then we could find an IWD.
Well, then what you're saying
plan?
is that that's the where all of our industrial properties are located is then what you're asking.
No, I mean, for me, I think it would have to be within a fairly tight proximity to town. I mean, we're not talking about going out to the edge of the county, and we're not looking at all of Madison County. I just mean...
Then I think I understand what you're asking.
But it doesn't have to be IG. If there's some on Elm Hill Pike or something, or I don't know where, if you could give us an inventory of options, that would be helpful.
Okay. So, but I think that's the universe of questions that the commission seems interested in.
I just had some other things to ask and make sure that.
Okay. So Stuart, why don't you hold off on your motion, and then we'll kind of work this out. So
I guess I did want to get back to the question of the one meeting deferral versus an indefinite deferral. Does an indefinite just allows them to come back whenever they are prepared, feel like they're prepared to answer our questions? Is that correct?
Yes.
Which could be one meeting.
But then we're going to have a notice issue, and so that's why it's better to actually set a date. If we're going to do a deferral, we set a date, and we don't have to go back through the
Could
notice
we
process.
go around and talk about what questions we want answered, and then ask both sides how long they think it would take? Because if they think, well, we can do it in one meeting, I don't want to delay them unnecessarily.
Well, we could still defer at that meeting. In other words, we defer at one meeting, and if they're not ready, then it could go on the deferral list.
I'm going to be, I can jump in on this issue about whether it's a one meeting deferral or a two meeting deferral. And as the Vice Chair pointed out, we've got Nashville Next that we're wrapping up. We have a large agenda for the next meeting as well. And so I think really for us to sit down and have meetings and have the time that I think it takes to get the information that you're asking, that a minimum of two meeting deferral is what staff would be able to even accommodate, I think, at this point.
All right, so let's do this. If everybody, hold on a second. Let's go around and see if you have specific questions that you want the staff to answer. Talk about that, and then we'll ask the two parties we'll start at a two meeting deferral, and then work our way from there, if that's okay with the commissioners. I think that's a very fair way to do it, Commissioner O'Quire. So Stuart, are you finished, or do you have more questions?
Well, I had the general question. I think however long the deferral is, what we're asking in part of staff and proponents and opponents is for specific suggestions about potential conditions. Now, that's not something that means we are going to adopt something if it has enough conditions, but it may be that the testimony today has suggested other conditions to the staff that might, or to the opponents or proponents, that might be worth considering on the zone change. I don't have all of those in my mind right now. but generally, they've heard our questions and they've heard each other's side's questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Gee?
So I've got a couple of questions and then a couple of things, suggestions that the applicant bring back to us. One is a question, well, I wanted to make a comment about the river question because sort of conflicting goals, because on one hand, I think barge delivery to this site, which I'll have a question for the applicant about. And there's no barge delivery? I thought we heard that there is, or there is. Okay. Sorry, could I ask the applicant to address that? There's barge delivery now, but there won't be at the facility.
Why don't let the applicant, whoever's going to answer that question, come up to the microphone, please.
Currently, we have renewed our permit for a barge and loaded facility. It is an active permit, and we are planning to do that.
Utilize the
Yes,
permit on the river with the 75-foot buffer still?
We involved the Corps of Engineers, the Metro Water Services, and the stormwater districts and all. We went through all the process. We got the permit renewed. We put in some equipment to keep the permit active, and that was about a year ago.
That's at the existing site?
Yes, sir.
So would that permit transfer to this site?
Well, the material will be offloaded and conveyed to this site by conveyor belt.
So you're going to keep using the existing site as well?
It's our maintenance facility.
No, we're talking about Cowan. Your maintenance facility is on Vashti now, right?
Oh, no, our maintenance facility is
there. Is that where the barge?
Is that building at the top left corner?
Where's the barge permit allowed?
The barge, it's kind of.
Is it lower on Cowan or is it up here Vashti?
It's between the site we're proposing and the building. Right next, see where the river comes up and makes a little indentation?
Yeah.
Down a little bit with the arrow?
Here.
Down a little bit more. There. Right in there.
Okay.
A little bit up from there.
That's a good question. Thank you for answering.
Well, that's sort of.
Well, while we're on that topic, I'd like
Commissioner, hold on.
Okay.
We need to do one person at a time. We'll come. I promise I will come to you.
Still on,
All right. Commissioner Gee.
that topic, the question about the river, and I think this is a facility, I think I'm hearing this facility needs to be on the river. The barge transportation of goods and I guess the gravel in this case is probably the most affordable transportation, barge traffic, which keeps our concrete low cost and our buildings more affordable, which is a good thing. But it's conflicting with our goals of preserving our river and bringing public space back to our river, so I appreciate that. So I'd love to hear more. So that gets to my next question, which is runoff of water related to, not stormwater, but water that they're using to mitigate the airborne dust. How is that regulated and controlled, and how do we prohibit it or keep it from going in our river?
State issue measures stormwater. That's actually handled under their state permit that they'll have to get through TDEC. So stormwater regulate buffers, floodplains, and things of that nature.
Sediment. But as far as the pollution that you're referring to, whether it's air or dust, that's usually handled through TDEC. So people that have industrial facilities have to get their own special permit through TDEC.
So, so I think we would like to hear more about what happens to that water and what TDEC allows and what they're required to do. I don't know if that's through you or through someone from TDEC that we could get here or what, but that would be one thing that I think I'd like to hear more about. And for me, the question about the daycare, daycares I believe are allowed in IWD and IR, but not in IG, which is the only zoning district that this particular use is allowed in. So, I want to believe that we can bring, with new technology and better facilities and plants that are good, work for the environment and are safe for neighborhoods, and that don't, put dust into the neighborhoods adjoining. I'd like to believe that we can do that. But our current zoning ordinance doesn't believe we can do that because it puts that use in a heavy industrial zoning district. And so we're basically jumping 2 zoning districts in doing this. And so I think for me, the burden needs to be on the applicant to come back and however you can best show us your process, and it was helpful, your description. But I think a diagram of the site, of the adjacent site, of the river, how you get from the river, what comes, what goes, where it comes from, where it goes to, all of those things, videos of that process currently, videos of how the water, any of that's going to help us get comfortable that our zoning ordinance in this particular case is not right. That this particular use that's considered heavy industrial, that in today's technology, with these measures, with these conditions, it will be okay. It could be next to a daycare. It could be next to a neighborhood. And I think with all the concerns that the neighborhood have raised, if you can convince us of that, I think you'll convince them of that. And so that's what I'm hoping to hear next time. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Councilman Hunt, do you have any questions that you want to ask for the applicant or the other side? Okay.
I'm going to wait for a little bit more concrete information before I
No pun intended. No pun intended.
come up with.
All right. All right, Commissioner Acquire, what are your additional questions?
Well, just following on Hunter's point, I guess the TDEC question would be to be detailed about that water that is used to water everything. Does that seep into the ground? Does it affect the groundwater? Does it affect the river? I mean, those sorts of things, how they control it. I just want to try to be a little more specific. And then there was a lot of talk in that video that we saw and in some of the materials we have about violations that the companies had dumping into the gully and into the river. And that, I think, clearly is a codes jurisdiction, but I think it would help us be more comfortable if we heard from codes to say, well, that's been remedied and they're terrific, they've got a grade A, and we're thrilled with how they've been handling it in the last several months, or whatever. I think we need to hear something about those specifics. We've been presented with a lot of information about it, and I want to get the benefit of the actual authority that is overseeing that to tell us what their findings are.
We will consult with the all-knowing MISU and make sure we bring that information back.
Okay. I'm interested if we could see our original river master plan. If we just saw some imagery of those original master plans for the river that we had thought of and looked at. I mean, I think that's pretty easy to come up with just a couple of images, graphics of that mapping. I think that would help us. I would like to have an opportunity for a rebuttal on the questions about the dust and things that you talked about, just if there is some, I want to hear both sides of that discussion. What else? Well, if there's I guess I'd like to hear from sort of the river side, if there are wetland environmental issues that we're affecting, that have been brought up in some of the materials we've been presented, just sort of more detail on that. I think that's it for the moment.
Commissioner Farr, any other questions you would like to have addressed?
I definitely appreciate what Hunter said. I think you hit the nail on the head with kind of my questions. And also just the issue of the violations. There's a lengthy list, and I would like to know how those have been addressed and make sure that that's... and then also on that kind of long-term plan, this may be something you can inform me of offline, but kind of what is our overall industrial policy? Because we have a lot of spots along the river where I could see this, I know this has already been an issue, and I imagine it's going to continue being an issue. So, is there a reason for us to kind of have an overall strategy for looking at the entire river through downtown and how we're going to address, incorporating industry with development? So, but that may be an offline question.
Could that be the Nashville Next presentation next?
It's an Nashville Next presentation.
Could be our next Nashville Next presentation is the industrial sites in Nashville. Would be good.
Yeah. So,
Chairman?
Commissioner LaQuire, you got another question?
Sorry, I had written
Back
down.
at you.
I had written down one more, which is I do understand that the barge deliveries and how important they are, and I'd be interested in hearing sort of a percentage of the business of the barge delivery, if that's a major component that we need to understand and appreciate, that's 60% or 80% of your deliveries by barges, and it would, if you were not on the river, what it would do to the business, or 2% is by barge, and it's not as the biggest component. I just would like to hear kind of a balance of that. I think that would help too, about my question about how really if it has to be on the river or not.
Well, hold on, sir. Let's go to Commissioner Dahlman, and then we'll come back
That's
to you out of fairness.
I'm good.
He's good. It's a long list of questions. So, Commissioner Clifton.
Just as a tag on to, as we're looking at the propriety of rezoning on the river, we might need to have a legal analysis of, we're talking about an owner who owns industrial property here, and we're talking about hopes of having less industrial use up and down the river, and I think that brings certain legal and financial implications, as I'm recalling certain condemnation cases we've lost over the last few years. So I do think, as a matter of reality, we need some grounding on how much authority do we have on that. We have people with existing rights, and while they had to seek an additional set of rights to get this use, I think it's part of the overall picture of our re-envisioning the river, that there are reasons why some industrial uses are on the river. So,
great question. All right, so in talking with staff, with this exhaustive list of questions, I'm going to ask the applicant, I mean, realistically from a staff level, I think now even 2 meetings is not doable. We have a lot of things going on, and I know that y'all know about Nashville Next and all that. So potentially, let me just throw a number out there. Would a 4-meeting deferral really mess up the applicant?
We would.
Please come to the microphone, if you would.
Speaking for the applicant, I think we would request a 2-meeting deferral at this point in time, and then if we simply cannot get everything ready at that point in time, then we could go from there. But they do have time commitments associated with their desire to sell their current site on Cowan, and to free up that property. And that's part of the push to move forward at the moment, quite frankly.
All right, so
it's a closing issue.
Okay.
So from a staffing standpoint, we'll try that, and if not, then we'll come back to the commission and explain that.
All right.
We don't have all the information.
So just for the commissioner's purposes, is everybody comfortable with? Somebody needs to make a motion, but I would also suggest in the motion that if you make the motion for a 2-meeting deferral, that with so much stuff, we'll as Stuart had said, we should make in that motion that we open the public hearing back up as part of the motion, so that each side knows that we have the intent to open the public hearing back up. I think that's the only fair thing to do.
Can I ask one other question?
Oh, I thought we were done with questions.
No, my last question is just, is there any way that this is a ton of information, and I've tried to read as much as I could before the meeting. Is there any way that we could just kind of get some information on flow for this project? So as stuff comes together, so we have time over the next 4 weeks to read this, not trying to cram it all into the Wednesday before.
That's fair. Doug, is that okay, or is it?
And not putting just as you get it.
Well, the problem with that is that the information will come in, but then we've got to sort through it, and then we're going to have our own questions back as the information comes in, and then we're going to want to try to put it in some sort of comprehensive presentation. And I understand what you're saying, Commissioner, and we will try to get it to you at the earliest possible time. But I think for us to try and piecemeal it and do it as it comes in will actually intensify the workload for us.
But if
to
the
doing it that
applicant
way.
came up with a presentation that they want to submit with the detailed answers, then maybe that would be something we could look at.
Absolutely. So if the applicant has, for instance, I know there's some suggestions about clear demonstration of what the new technology is. And if we get a package that's got that in total, then we can absolutely get that out to you. And as that kind of whole pieces of information come in, then we will make sure that we send it out to all the commissioners and so that everybody has a chance to review it. I just don't want to kind of set a time where we're going to
No.
get it out. Okay, we'll do that.
There's a lot.
Okay, so we're ready for a motion, I think.
And before that, what Doug said also, to commission members and interested parties. I mean, is the information only coming to us? We have people who clearly will want to know about it in the public. I don't want to.
I don't know how we would go about identifying all interested parties and making sure that we properly disseminate it to each one of them and that they get copies of it.
I think that...
I tell you what, we can make it available here. And Commissioner, I'm not sure how I could do that. Other than when we send information out to, we could do this. As we send information out to the commissioners, we can also set up a part of our website and post it there. And so folks can check our website and we'll make sure that it's clearly marked on our front page as to where you can go. And we can set that information there and anybody that wants to see it can go to that portion of our website and see it.
That's what I love
That sound like
about
a
you.
reasonable?
I think so.
That's what I love about you, Doug. You're a yes man.
Let's try to take that.
All right, Commissioner Gee.
I'm willing to make a motion if you'll entertain one more question.
Oh, gosh. Yes, Commissioner.
And that is looking at this photograph and following up on what Commissioner LaQuire talked about. I'm really interested in understanding what the quality of the riverbank, how the existing property currently might affect that. It appears, at least in the aerial, that there are places where your adjacent facility and maybe this one do impact the floodway and floodplains, how you're going to mitigate that. And maybe there's some restoration of the riverbank that by developing this, it's like a public street. Public Works requires developers to build the new curb and gutter there. Is this an opportunity to restore a portion of the riverbank, and then again, questions of how you use that riverbank with regard to your barge traffic. So, and with that, I'll make a motion that we defer 2 meetings.
And reopen
the public hearing.
At that meeting.
At that time.
There's been a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all in favor of deferring 2 meetings, open the public hearing, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. And now,
We're clear that those questions that we asked are going to be easily communicated to the people who need to answer them.
They'll be on the website.
Get a list. Okay.
Now we are on item number, since we've already taken a break. And if everybody could leave as quietly as you can, we're going to try to continue our meeting. I want to say one little comment is the staff works really hard on these things, and there are a lot of comprehensive questions, and so let's give them as much understanding and time because we ask a lot of them. So, all right, so we're on item number 13, I believe. Is that correct? Okay.
All right, item number 13 is a zoning request for Pearl and Fisk Street. The request is to rezone from R6 to SP to permit up to 50 residential units within 2 buildings. The property is highlighted in red. This is located just off of Pearl and Fisk Street, just east of DB Todd Boulevard in North Nashville. Staff's recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. Current zoning is R6. Policy is T4 urban mixed-use neighborhood. This SP does support 3 critical planning goals, and the proposed SP is in front of you right now. This SP proposes 2 buildings that will be done in 2 phases. Phase 1 is Pearl Street East. It will be on the eastern portion of the SP. That includes 32 one-bedroom units and a parking facility behind the building. Access will come from 17th Avenue North on the east side. Phase 2 of this SP is Pearl Street West, and that will be a 18-unit building with access off of an existing alley for parking facilities. This does meet all required parking requirements. And even though this plan does not show pedestrian access off of Fisk Street, which is running north and south there, however, we have worked with the applicant for them to provide at least 2 pedestrian accesses along Fisk Street. So with that, and this plan does support 3 critical planning goals and is consistent with the T4 urban mixed-use neighborhood policy. Staff does recommend approval with conditions and disapproval without all conditions.
Thank you. The applicant, is the applicant here? Mr. White, you have 10 minutes to speak. You can reserve 2 minutes for rebuttal if you have that time remaining.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. My name is Tom White. I live at 36 Old Club Court, represent the applicant in this case, Michael Smerling Partners in Pearl Street Development. Would like to ask for the 2 minutes to be reserved at the front end, if you would, please. This is basically an SP mixed use, as has been explained by the staff at the outset. I wanted to thank Letitia Berkland and Carrie Logan for the time that they gave to my client. They gave some very constructive ideas as we came along, which have been incorporated. To my knowledge, we've agreed to everything that was asked by every metro department and agency. Prior to the hearing today, we hadn't had one contact from anybody in opposition to the proposal. We were told before the meeting started it was asked to be pulled off consent, so I'm interested to hear what the opposition is, since we hadn't heard anything prior to today. With respect to the staff report, they've been very clear about us taking care of the 3 most significant critical planning goals, but if you look at the staff's rationale, it shows you exactly why this is an excellent proposal. The site's located in an area that's served by adequate infrastructure. Development in areas with adequate infrastructure are more appropriate than development not served with adequate infrastructure, such as roads, water, and sewer, because it doesn't burden Metro with the cost of maintaining new infrastructure. This is the quintessential example of where you have something where it would be no burden on the current infrastructure. Bus service is present along DB Todd Jr. Boulevard, 1 block away from the SP. Increased intensity through infill development makes bus service and similar transit services more feasible because it generates more riders. A new 6-foot sidewalk along Pearl and Fifth Street will provide an improved pedestrian connection by providing pedestrians safe and access to other areas. This is one of the matters that the staff came up with that my client incorporated, which I think makes it an even better plan. I want to talk for a minute about affordable housing. My client's very sensitive to that. We have specifically designed this project so that it would be in an affordable category. Basically, although there's no rent controls, this is a matter where we've done the specifics of having the washer and dryers, the other things that are necessary. We don't have a fancy fitness center. We don't have a fancy swimming pool, but we do the things that make housing affordable. We're actually several blocks away from 11 North, where the rents are projected to be 2.5 times what they are here. This is good affordable housing. The other thing I'll mention is that my client has a history of committing to things that are in the best interest of the community, including this affordable housing. My client bought the property, which was known to a lot of us as Duck Street, and Duckhead, as you well were aware, for many years had apparel and housing.
of that sort, and it was my client that acquired that property and basically converted it to 11 not-for-profits. They're big sisters, big brothers, other ones that everybody's familiar with at what was known as Duckhead or the O'Brien facility there off Charlotte. They've made a clear-cut commitment to continue with quality development. They're doing it here, and we would submit for all the reasons the staff has articulated. It's good planning. It satisfies all the critical needs. We've addressed every agency that's suggested things to us. And for all the reasons, we'd urge approval. Thank you for your courtesies.
Thank you, Mr. White. Anyone, you have 2 minutes for your rebuttal. Anyone here wishing to speak in favor of the project? Please state your name and your address. Welcome.
My name is Mahalia Howard, and I am the CEO of Grace and Meeting Child Care, which is going to be directly across the street from one of these buildings. We're at 1708 Pearl Street. And I've known them because they did that Youth Opportunity Center down just in front of us. And we have been good neighbors. They have been a good support in that neighborhood. They have done some good things over there. And I've talked to them about the affordability of these apartments that they're going to be building. So we have had some meetings over there looking at it because I was thinking about parking and all the different things, and they show where they have taken care of those things. And I think this is going to be a great addition to the neighborhood over there because that neighborhood has grown since I've been over there. And this is going to make it look even better and be a better area for the people that live there. And the center that's there is going to be 95 years old this year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak in support? Now, we are at the point of those wishing to speak in opposition. Please come forward to the microphone. State your name and your address, please.
Dr. Ruth Ross Edmonds, owner of a nonprofit in 1704 Charlotte Avenue, which is Midtown Millworks, which is the building that backs up to the proposed development. And I would like to oppose the rezoning. And I guess my major reason is that developers always come with their fancy things, and they come before you and they tell you all of these things that they're going to do and what's going to happen, and they sell you on paperwork and it looks great and you say fine. So for example, when I purchased my condo in that building, we were promised that we were going to have first right of refusal of that land up there for additional parking because the way that you all approved the development of Duckhead was that you were going to have enough parking for each of the condominiums based on square footage. There was never enough parking based on the square footage of the condominiums. There's also a conference center upstairs, which is another burden on parking. And so as it is, there's not enough parking. They have said that they're going to have 50 units and 50 parking spots, and so I'm assuming that they don't have any friends, they have no visitors, they have only one person living there at $1,000 a month, which is a steal, I suppose. There is a narrow street, there's already no parking, the cars are parked back to back every day. I run a business, I see about 60 patients a day, and everybody complains about the parking already. I'm not opposed to urban development. I'm not even opposed to urban density, but in this area, for example, I just don't think that it's a great idea for us or for the business owners that are not nonprofit. The daycare, I was surprised that she said that she wasn't concerned with the parking because I see kids coming out. The street is narrow. That plot up there is narrow. If you had a long jumper, he could probably jump across the whole area. I'm wondering how big these apartments are. These one-bedroom apartments, there's several one-bedroom apartments around my office, and they're run down and they're horrible. Maybe they should develop those and use their parking spots. But as of right now, I feel as a property owner, 1704 Charlotte, we don't have the capacity in that street. It's already very difficult to get in and out of our community. It's difficult for my patients to get in and out. And I just think that it's a very bad place for urban density. And I would ask you all to drive down that street and see at 3 o'clock in the afternoon how hard it is to get onto Charlotte. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Carlisle Carroll. I'm representing Big Brothers Big Sisters, which is in the Youth Opportunity Center there at 1704 Charlotte. I actually live in Davidson County at 6116 Gardendale Drive. First of all, it's hard for us to stand up here and oppose Mr. Smyrna because he's done so much, not only for us, but also for a lot of nonprofits in the Nashville area. So we certainly don't want to stand in the way of progress. But some of the things that Dr. Ruth said, there's a parking issue in the parking lot already. If you come during the daytime and look at Fisk and Pearl, 17, even over to 18th Street, you'll see cars parked along the street there. If you go out trying to get onto Charlotte, whether you're going downtown or out Charlotte, sometimes it takes up to 3 to 4 turns of the traffic light to even get to Charlotte. And if you're coming from Charlotte out west to downtown, it takes 2 to 3 turns of a light to get into the parking lot as it is right now. There's people parking along some of the green space there, and it's a little bit of a tough time to get in and out. The density issue's not a big deal with me, other than the traffic and the parking. We have a need for low-income housing. I'm all for that. I'm a property owner in the North Nashville area, and I certainly understand that, but I would like for y'all to look at this as far as the density and the traffic goes, maybe deferring the rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Mr. White, 2 minutes for rebuttal, sir.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, the first reason it was given basically had to do with the parking. My client meets and exceeds the metro requirements for parking for their proposal. The staff can confirm that. Secondly, with respect to a general argument by the opponents that this is not a good place for an infill development, you can't be any further off on that than looking at where this area is and what they have. We've talked about mass transit issues that Nashville Next has dealt with for the last 2.5 years, and you're talking about getting ridership to an area where there's already a line in place, not creating new lines. This is it. This is exactly what it is. You can't find many places, and you look at that corridor that runs up and down Charlotte there, from one city to other developments, all of which have focused there because there's good transit service, there's good housing opportunities, and this is not only that, but it's also good affordable housing for the reasons we've articulated. It's almost like no good deed goes unpunished with my client doing what he did for this building, which was converted to these 11 not-for-profits. That was a very significant commitment, which was acknowledged by others at the mic. But as far as this specific proposal, although it's contiguous to Duckhead, it's in the back of it, but it can't be, in my opinion, any more of a poster child for what good infill development ought to be. Again, the staff's articulated the 3 critical reasons, but the opposition, which I'm addressing here in rebuttal, is that we meet and exceed all the parking requirements, and secondly, one item that's really not addressed because the state legislature is still looking at issues about workforce housing, affordable housing. This is how you deal with it in the interim until it's addressed. So we would urge your approval this evening. Thank you for your courtesies.
Thank you. I declare the public hearing closed. Now we're up for discussion, and Derek, why don't we start with you, Commissioner Dalton?
Mr. White addressed my major concern with respect to the parking, so I'm good.
All right, Commissioner Farr.
You guys know I like this project. I am all in favor of expanding affordable housing options in the urban core. I think this is, as Mr. White just said, this is exactly the kind of area where you want to see it. It is very accessible. It caters to kind of the new demographic that we're expecting in Nashville, those that may not want a car but may want to rely on transit. Or walking. I mean, it's walkable to downtown. They're putting in bike spaces, so it caters to alternative transportation types. I think it solidifies an investment in an area where we have a significant concentration of public housing. This brings another alternative into the area for people that are moving out of public housing but want to stay in the neighborhood. So I think for a lot of reasons, this is a great opportunity to put in this kind of development. And in terms of the traffic issue, I mean, I do think it's not totally right to compare it to what's happening in the Youth Opportunity Center, where you've got a lot of nonprofits that each have a lot of traffic coming in during the day to use the different services and for different meetings and so on. So, you know, I recognize that would create a traffic issue, but I don't think this housing is going to create the same level of tension.
Thank you.
So I support it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner McQuarrie.
I'm very excited about more opportunities for housing that increases our affordability in this town. I think if there is a tension or a conflict over parking at this point, beyond what we're requiring, which the applicant has met, I don't know if in the process going towards council, if there are any creative solutions around there where there might be opportunities to consider with shared parking of existing places that are underused. I think that we are looking toward the time when transit does sort of push us into real use and less requirement for parking. And there's always tension when we're in the middle. We know we need transit, we know we need density, we have to have density to get it. And so we're sort of in that place that creates conflict among users right on the ground. And so I would just ask, maybe as the process moves forward, that they look around the area to see if there's some opportunities. Not that this development has to solve the neighbor's exact issue, but together as a neighborhood with the daycare and anybody else, real owners in that vicinity might work together to think of some opportunities that might be created in the short term.
Thank you. Councilman Hunt?
No comment.
Commissioner Acquire? Blackshear, sorry.
I actually was going to repeat what Commissioner Acquire said, so that's fine.
See, it's the same. It's all right.
Commissioner Blackshear.
It's all right. It's getting late.
Yeah, it is getting late. I understand this is a preliminary SP, and obviously the applicant had not heard of the neighbors' concerns prior to today's meeting. So my comment would be exactly what Commissioner Acquire said. Maybe there is a way to address the neighbors' concerns regarding parking, even though you're meeting the requirements that we provided. Maybe there's something else that can be done, some type of solution that would make the neighbors who are against it more supportive.
Commissioner Gee. Commissioner Clifton.
Well, I would be opposed to any additional conditions, frankly, were they to be proposed. I think that would be a detriment to the idea of pushing for more affordable housing, and I really believe this is the way we ought to go. So I would move approval of that staff recommendation.
It's been a motion to approve and a second. Any other discussion?
I did want to point out one thing. The staff report has one error. That condition number 11 was a cut and paste error, should not go into the final vote if you go with
Move
staff
for approval, but delete
condition 11.
Delete condition.
There's a few errors in the staff report.
We will get those corrections.
Okay. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. 13 passes. Item 14.
Item number 14 is also a zoning request. This is for 14th and Wedgwood. The request is to rezone from R6 to SP to permit 4 attached residential units. The properties are highlighted in red. This is at the corner of 14th Avenue South and Wedgwood, located in the Edge Hill neighborhood. Staff's recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. Current zoning is R6. Surrounding zoning is R6 and RM20. Policy is T4, urban neighborhood maintenance. This plan does support 3 critical planning goals. In front of you is the proposed site plan for this SP. It includes the 4 units that will have frontage along Wedgwood Avenue to the south and frontage along 14th Avenue to the east. Along with this, the access, the access will come from the west along an existing alley for vehicular access to the units. An 8-foot sidewalk and a 6-foot planting strip will be installed along Wedgwood Avenue. The applicant has provided proposed elevations at this point. Along Wedgwood Avenue, which is at the south of the property, the grade is higher than it is the northern portion of the property. Because of this, the applicant limited the height to 2 stories along Wedgwood, and then it then would increase as the grade drops going north along 14th Avenue South. The rear will have a maximum of 3 stories. Here's another view of the proposed elevations. Pictures from the site indicate at the top picture there is a brick building. That's where this site would be. The picture at the bottom is a view looking across 14th Avenue South. And this project is consistent with the maintenance policy as it bookends the west side of 14th Avenue South with similar design along the major arterial, thus providing density at an appropriate location. This also supports 3 critical planning goals, and with that, staff does recommend approval with conditions and disapproval without all conditions.
Thank you. We'll open the public hearing. Is the applicant ready to speak?
Yes.
You have 10 minutes. You can reserve 2 of those minutes for rebuttal.
Yes, I would like to reserve 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you.
I'm Preston Quirk, architect for the project. My office is at 2931 Berry Hill Drive in Nashville. My client is out of town today. He had a vacation scheduled way in advance. He could not change, so I'm here representing him. I want to say I appreciate very much the working with staff, the recommendation for approval tonight, and we are willing to accept the conditions recommended by staff for this project. Appreciate the help of staff working with us as we prepared the submittal and worked to refine it. We did have a neighborhood meeting. It was on Wednesday, March 4th, which was not a stellar night. It was the night before the second snowstorm. We had 2 neighbors that attended. One of them, I think, is here to speak today. Yes. He is opposed to the project, but I'm sure you'll hear from him in a minute. My client has also spoken to a number of the neighbors on the street and had support from some of the neighbors. We don't have letters, but I think he conveyed that support to Sandra Moore, who is a council person for this area. I'll just kind of reiterate a couple quick points about the project. There's a draft policy with planning right now to remove single-family detached policy in this area, so what we're doing is consistent with that change. Staff had noticed that this project is consistent with the neighborhood maintenance policy and that it bookends the intersection of 14th and Wedgwood. Staff showed the project east of this, which is a similar type of project, similar massing and orientation on the site. Staff commented in their report that its density at an appropriate location, and also point out that the other 3 corners at this intersection are all zoned RM20, which is similar to what we're looking at here. And the only other point I want to make is that we are providing 2 parking spaces for each unit in this project, as well as 2 guest spaces over by the alley. So that's all my comments, and just respectfully request your approval of this project, subject to the conditions that staff's presented.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes for rebuttal. Anyone here wishing to speak in support of the project? You have 2 minutes, and please state your name and your address.
Brandon Burnett with Dale & Associates, 516 Heather Place. Mr. Vice Chair and members of the Commission, I want to thank you for hearing us tonight, and I just briefly want to reiterate what Preston said. The only other point I would make is that we are proposing sidewalks along both 14th and Wedgwood, and we appreciate staff's consideration and respectfully request an approval in accordance with staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here speaking of support? Now, those who wish to speak in opposition, please come forward, say your name and your address. 2 minutes.
Theo Antoniadis, 1720 15th Avenue South. I want to thank the members of the Commission for allowing me to speak on this issue. I live directly adjacent to the property in question, and I, along with many of my neighbors who I've spoken to, are opposed to the request for rezoning. I've owned my home for 12 years, having decided to invest in a neighborhood that is primarily single and 2-family in nature. I'm not opposed to development or an increase in density as a general rule, as long as it's done responsibly and with respect to those immediately affected by it, namely myself and my neighbors next door. I don't feel that this case meets those responsibilities, and so I see no benefit to the surrounding neighbors as it is currently proposed. And how it's currently conditioned. The size of the structure and the way it will sit on the lot will reduce the quality of life for those adjacent, including my families, by obstructing light, closing the view corridor, and reducing privacy. And this is specific to that particular site and the way the grade is there. The structure is just too large. So you can see from the photograph that I've supplied, the building that is currently under construction to the left has a 20-foot elevation up to underneath the eave. 45 feet, which is currently allowable under the zoning, would be what you see to the right there. So where we once had the sky and the sunlight and privacy, we now have an imposing structure. I'm also very concerned about the precedent that this will set and how it'll affect my property value. I'm a realtor by profession, and I know full well that buyers are less interested, less likely to buy a single-family home right next to a development. So I request that use this SP, if it's going to go through, to set a better precedent in terms of height, scale, and with respect to the adjacent properties. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? You have 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you. Preston Quirk again. I just want to make one brief comment regarding the height of this project. Right now, under the existing zoning, you could build 2 residences here up to a height of 45 feet as single-family residences, and they could go to the same rear setback line that we're going to. What we're proposing is actually less than a 45-foot height, and we've had some conversations with Theo about what we might be able to do as compromises, but I just want to say that right now you could build 45 feet under the current zoning, and we might be willing to agree to some lower heights, subject to more discussion with the neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. I declare the public hearing closed. How about we start with Councilmember Hunt?
You know, I was looking at this picture diagram that he provided.
Microphone? You have the microphone?
Oh, yeah.
It's already on.
Yeah.
Oh, I just couldn't hear it.
I'm looking at the diagram that he was showing. Is this comes under the contextual overlay that was already out?
No, there's no contextual overlay on this property.
Oh, it's not? Okay. No further questions?
Commissioner Blackshear. See, I get it right this time.
Second time.
Second.
The applicant actually already addressed my concerns, my questions regarding height and the ability to do it now, and whether he would be willing to work with the neighbors on that height issue. So I have no further questions.
Commissioner Gee.
I just had a question about the site plan. There's not an alley that runs from 14th to the north-south alley, is there? So that's just a driveway, and then they turn into their garages. Is that right? Yeah. So there's not an alley that runs from 14th to...
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Correct.
Okay.
There's not.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Clifton.
I know it was probably explained by the staff proposal, but what is it that the applicant gets beyond the existing? This is already this is already R. It's not RS. I mean, it's a little higher density, but what did they get for the SP beyond base zoning?
Sure, good question. So the base zoning would allow the 2 units at 45 feet in height. They are getting an additional 2 units, so a total of 4 units within the limitations of that 45 foot in height in the rear.
Right. And this is a corner, is that right? I know that area's had a lot of change. And my only negative feeling about it is it hasn't had a commensurate amount of affordable housing. Not that it's changed. And I think across from Belmont like this, and in an area that is rapidly becoming a denser area, I think it makes good sense, and I support it.
Commissioner Dalton.
No comments.
Commissioner Farr.
I don't think I have any comments either.
Commissioner LaQuire.
I had a question about the plan detail. It says that 1729 14th is owned by Metro Nashville and is vacant. Could you point to which parcel that is?
Sure. Maybe we'll do it this way. It's this one at the end, the south,
Where's my pointer?
22, this little narrow?
Yep, that little narrow one. I'm getting there, that one.
Yeah, so are the sidewalks, do they have an easement across 22? I'm just curious about what the city's relationship with this development is going to be as far as that ownership and access, and are we selling it to them, or what's happening with that lot?
Great question. That ownership, first of all, I'll address the sidewalk question that you had. Within that, the right-of-way is already where it needs to be for Wedgwood Avenue. So the sidewalk would then be in a pedestrian easement. Regarding the sale of the property, I'm not entirely sure. Maybe Bob can help.
Yeah, parcel 22 is a surplus property that Metro owns. I believe those, if you look along, if you can go to the overall aerial, zoomed out a little bit, you can see that there's small strips. I think that's a result of when Wedgwood was put in, it left those remaining little pieces. And so those are, I believe, at one point were owned. I don't know if all of those are owned by Metro right now, but parcel 22 is owned by Metro and is surplus, and their normal policy at finance is to offer it to the adjacent property, and that's what's being done with this, is if this can be rezoned, then that parcel 22 would be combined in with 21 and would be purchased from Metro.
Thank you.
Any other questions? We need a motion.
Move approval.
Second.
It's a motion to approve the staff's recommendation. Second? I heard a second.
Second.
Any other discussion? All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Item 14 passes. Now we are on to item number 18A and B.
Okay, item 18A is Bellevue Station. There's also an associated case. I'll present them together. The associated case is the cancellation of the Bellevue Town Center urban design overlay. The request is to rezone the property from MUL, which is Mixed Use Limited, to SPR to permit up to 67 residential dwelling units. The property is located at the corner of Bellevue Road and Old Harding Pike and is approximately 5.4 acres in size. Staff is recommending approval with conditions and disapproval without all conditions. The current zoning of the property is MUL, and it's surrounded by property which is zoned R15, CL, and also residential PUD overlays. The plan proposes 67 residential units on the 5.4 acre property. The units, there are 4 different types of housing units. Those include 20 units which are 2-story with no garage, 17 units which are 2-story with 1-car garage, 15 units which are 2 stories with 2-car garages, and 15 units which are 3-story with 2-car garages. The 3-story units are located along Bellevue Road here. The remainder of the units are 2 stories. Sidewalks are being proposed along Bellevue Road and Old Harding Pike. Also, Bellevue Road, which currently aligns here, is being realigned with this development by the developer. The developer did provide architectural character and specific architectural guidelines. The proposed units would be cementous siding with brick and stone accents. They will have raised foundations, and there are other specific architectural guidelines that are provided. In regards to critical planning goals, this plan does provide 2 critical planning goals in that it creates a walkable neighborhood and provides a range of housing options. The policy for the area is Suburban Neighborhood Center. This property lies within a larger area that is designated as Neighborhood Center and provides for a housing element within that neighborhood center. It's consistent with the general character of the area and provides the needed residential component for the existing commercial property. And again, staff recommends approval with conditions and disapproval without all conditions, in that it is consistent with the existing character of the area and the policy, which is neighborhood center. For the Bellevue Town Center UDO, they are requesting cancellation of the existing UDO for the property. Staff is recommending approval subject to the approval of the associated SP. If the SP is not approved, then staff recommends disapproval of the cancellation. The existing Bellevue Town Center urban design overlay provides for 61,850 square feet mixed-use development. The buildings front on Bellevue and Old Harding Pike, and there are specifications for location of parking and landscaping, etc. Staff does recommend approval of the cancellation subject to approval of the associated SP, and if the SP is not approved, staff recommends disapproval. I'm going to get it back onto the plan slide for us.
Thank you. Now we'll open it for public hearing. The applicant has 10 minutes. Please come to the microphone, and then out of that 10 minutes, you can reserve 2 minutes for your rebuttal.
I would like to reserve 2 minutes for rebuttal. My name is Randy Chastain. I'm the builder and developer on the site, Parkside Builders. I've been building in Greater Nashville about 20 years, specializing in a residential product. We build on our own property. We also GC for others. We have communities in Murfreesboro, Hendersonville, Mount Juliet, urban infill. We're completing the first co-housing project in Germantown. We've done numerous infill pieces in the Charlotte Avenue area, Melrose area. We're very, very familiar with this product, and that's what we're excited about. We've approached the process respectfully. We had several meetings with the councilwoman to understand her vision of the property. We've had 2 neighborhood meetings. We've met with every adjoining property owner at least twice. We've tried to build, and I think been effective in building consensus and meeting all their stated desires and concerns. The intent that we have here, once again, is this. I understand that probably more than most, the challenge of delivering quality communities in the 200s in today's world. So this is a community that doesn't start with the 3s and 4s. This is a community that the school teachers, the young people in the Bellevue area can afford and have quality architecture and have community greens and a sense of community. So we're excited about the location close to the river, the ability to have a healthy lifestyle. All that makes sense. And I will now ask for Mr. David to come up, who is with Kenley Horn.
Good afternoon. My name is David Code, and I'm with Kimberly Horn & Associates. And first, I want to apologize for my lax attire. When I woke up this morning, we're on consent agenda, and so I was going to head to the basketball game, but it's been delayed. So, I think this is it's one of those true projects that we have worked with the councilwoman who is in full support, who you heard earlier today. We have over 70 signatures from the adjacent property owners who are in the Bellevue townhouses, which are Bell Point townhouses just to the north of us. And it's one of those projects that we had a lot of things from the original UDO. I, in fact, know a lot about it because I prepared the original UDO. And at that point in time, it was where we thought it was a neighborhood center was appropriate. But as times have changed and growth along Highway 100, you now have a Kroger's, a Publix, and those types of services that we thought were bringing out to the communities have moved on and become much more regional services. And so this area has been sitting vacant. And I think this is now appropriate time to go back and reevaluate that and look at how we add to the residential character of the community. And we've done a lot of things. We have a little over 7 acres. 0.83 acres we're giving up for public right-of-way for the realignment of Bellevue Road. We have 1/4 mile of public sidewalks we're building with this site and still trying to find how we can make it an attainable community for residents of the Bellevue. So we're going to keep our discussion short. We have met with everybody and had multiple meetings. There has been some opposition from one gentleman today, and I hope he's here. We have not met him. He's not been in a community meeting, so we're not sure exactly what his issues are. but we respectfully would like our 2 minutes at the end, but really look at how this is really fitting in the community with full support of the community and hopefully your community and your support after tonight's meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. You will have 2 minutes for rebuttal. Anyone here wishing to speak in support of the project, please come to the microphone and you'll have 2 minutes. Please state your name and your address.
Thank you. I won't take 2 minutes. My name is Joe Gill. I live at 7306 Old Harding Pike. That's the property immediately to the west, and indicated in the top right corner is the Bellevue Mansion. Excuse me. Bellevue Mansion's really just an old house. It takes a lot of money to keep up and to heat. But I have, my wife and her mom have lived there for the past 46 years. And we still live and reside there. We've had multiple community meetings, at least 2 with Parkside Builders and at least 5 in memory of proposed developments for this property that's adjacent to ours. Please allow me to urge you to approve the removal of the UDO and approve the proposed development. I'd like to also say that Council Lady Wiener's done a great job of not only publishing the community meetings through her website and emails, but we've also had the public notice. We've considered apartments here, the UDO. This is the best alternative that we've had. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in support of the project? Now, anyone wishing to speak in opposition to the project, please come to the microphone. And you'll have 2 minutes to speak. Please state your name.
Designer. My name is Bill Tyler.
Oh, come to the microphone and say all that.
I want you to have some paperwork to look at. I live Bill Tyler, 608 Harpeth Knoll Road. I've been in Bellevue for 23 years. I'm going to start with this. A request to cancel the Bellevue Town Center Urban Design Overlay. This is a step backwards from Nashville Next. What Bellevue misses is a town center, is a place to go. This is an unimaginative 67 buildings on 5 acres. Some places in West Meade by themselves are that big for one house. I go over Bellevue Road every day and Old Harding Road every day. These pictures were taken this morning. I was not in the loop on this. And to even look at this as an architect student and see that it is not to scale, that the developer has brought this to the commission not to scale, is unimaginable to me. I don't think this is well thought out. We already have Bell Point. We already have River Plantation. We already have Ashley Green. Bellevue needs a place to go instead of going downtown to Nashville for something. We need to have our own center of Germantown. We don't need to step backwards and make Bellevue the same old Bellevue that Bellevue has been. We miss Carter's Grocery. I wish you would consider how important Bellevue is to me. I love Bellevue. I have a greenway behind my house. I like what Nashville Next is doing. I am opposed to this, not because I'm opposed to progress, but I'm for smart progress. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Randy Hale. I live at 768 Harpeth Bend Drive. It's about 300 yards from this property. I just recently found out about this, and I think that's because we live across the tracks, and we're kind of treated that way. I didn't get anything in my mailbox and anything about this. This property is special to me because it's very historical. It is truly the heart of Bellevue. Thomas Harding built that house in 1802. The train station and the post office was named after that. It was built before the Bellmead Plantation. That property is very historic, and again is the heart of Bellevue. And I'm really disappointed that this project doesn't mention that at all. It just blows over that. The design actually has the residents' graveyard cut out for it. So some of these houses would look out their backyard and see the graveyard. I would like this project, it'd be great if this piece of property were reserved commercially so that something could be put there that would honor the historic place that it is, maybe still be residential in nature, condominium, something you might see in Germantown or something. But it's been commercial even before the commercial zones were created in Nashville, because there was a little hardware store there, a little store, a grocery store, that serviced everything from the end of the Natchez Trace to Nashville. And it's always been there. In the 90s, it became a little venue for musical groups and was really quite successful. And it was a gathering place for Bellevue folks. I've been living there for 15 years, but I grew up in Nashville and Donaldson and moved there. I love Bellevue. And that's just a really historic site that I think is kind of being mowed over in a sense, with no respect to how beautiful it is and how it should be respected and how it might bring focus to Bellevue and others. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing none, 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Well, we are respectful, and we have talked, as with Joe, with his property, his concerns. We've met with the trustee of the cemetery who's working with us to to improve the perimeter of the cemetery. We put parking spaces to it. We've got a sidewalk to it. What we know is that with the repurposing of the Bellevue Mall, there's plenty of places for commercial. This property owner has tried to sell this property as commercial for 10 years, and there's no takers. And so what is the greatest need right now in Nashville, this area, Area 2 it's called, to find housing in the 200s is the number one lack of supply in Nashville. And so this is a great way to give a diverse product mix and to bring architecture and quality. Once again, this is the same architecture that we're using in Germantown and in Charlotte area and in Melrose. That's been very successful. And I believe that community, that the Gen Y to Gen X to divorcees, people who are looking for community, low maintenance, and a porch lifestyle, and that's what we offer. Thank you.
Thank you. I declare the public hearing closed, so we'll start with Commissioner Clifton.
Well, I don't know how much research the proponent did on the commission, but we do kind of like the idea of affordable housing options. And but I also have to say that the two folks who offered a different vision of this, make a good point about respecting history. It may be that you're doing more of that than they knew you were doing. I believe this particular council member has done a pretty amazing job over time in listening to folks and coming up with good solutions for an interesting and occasionally argumentative part of town. I don't mean that in a bad sense, just people have a lot of opinions and it's hard to get consensus. You think I'm wrong?
No, sir. I'm listening.
You're just surprised I said it.
No.
So I do tend to favor this. Thank you.
I think you're right on, Stuart. All right. Commissioner Gee.
I think this is a great plan, area that's proven to see change and the market's shifted, and the previous UDO I think is no longer valid.
Thank you. Commissioner Blackshear.
No comments.
Councilman Hunt.
No comment.
All right. Commissioner LaQuire, get a circle.
I think this is I love it that it's a reasonable price. I mean, that's definitely what we need in Nashville. It's very, very important that we have a variety of housing in Bellevue and everywhere else. My concern with this is that we're undoing a UDO that we did plan for that did allow for commercial. And I understand the point that a lot of the commercial that has gone on the highways is more regional in its nature with the bigger groceries and things, but what we don't have out there is local. We do have some across the street that's excellent, and I think people love it because it's there. They can walk to it. And I guess I keep wanting to see, and I mean, this is an opportunity that could have more local retail mixed with housing. And that's what the UDO, I think, called for. It was mixed use, and it's a smaller site that provides an opportunity for more neighborhood type retail as opposed to the large grocery stores and things that are out on the highways. It is a historic center in Bellevue. The original people who made the plan earlier, I think they put their stake in the ground for a long time to say, we want this to keep, this is the center of Bellevue. And I think there is new development. There's the new we just approved the mall redevelopment, and that's a different type of center. It's a center, but where is the neighborhood feel? There's the new library that's right up the road from this. That's a terrific addition to that area that people can walk to and use. I talked at length with the councilwoman about this, and one of the points that she made that I'm torn, because this is a really valid point too, is just below to the left part of this picture where there is the Mason Lodge and an empty lot underneath all of the big TVA power lines is a potential commercial site. The other corners are potential commercial. There's already commercial on the two sites, the Shell and where the little shops are in the strip are now. We in planning tend to look at intersections and corners and establishing all four corners to create a real place that isn't just friendly to pedestrians because it has sidewalks, but it's compelling because there's something to walk to. And so in this case, we're giving up one of those corners. So I'm torn because I like the idea of what this offers for Bellevue as far as a housing choice, but I'm not sure it offers something as compelling that a center could bring there to really draw people in. And if it were what it is, but had some commercial fronting or some mixed use, even like retail with flats above, it might even be more affordable, it might be in the hundreds, on Old Harding or Bellevue Road, it would create it might tip it into the direction of what I'm talking about, maybe without being I'm not expecting a whole commercial project. So I just want to put that out there. It's difficult. If you look at it from a bird's eye view from planning, you sort of immediately say, well, I want all four intersections, all four corners to be, that mixed use opportunity, and we're letting that go. So I want to be sure we're clear on why we're letting it go and that we really want to let it go and that that's really the long-term future best decision for that area.
Commissioner Farr.
I had a similar thought at first, not knowing this area that well, but I did have the same thought around, is there an opportunity to add some type of neighborhood commercial there? But you kind of answered my question, and that there are some other sites in the surrounding area, and obviously there's the rooftops to retail issue, and if you get density in an area, you're more likely to get a little bit more retail in the surrounding corners. So, I think the other point that the applicant made, that this UDO has been in place for 10 years and they haven't gotten a taker, kind of resonates that maybe it's time to look at a new use for this area. So,
Commissioner Dalton. All right, we need a motion.
Move we approve staff recommendation.
Been motion to approve, second?
Second.
Second. Any other discussion? All in favor of approving 18A? We're going to vote on these separately. So first is 18A to remove the UDO. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed no. Ayes have it.
No.
1 no. 18B. Need a motion.
I think this is reversed, right? 18B is the cancellation? Just in case you want to.
Sorry, that's a clarification.
Oh, yes, definitely.
18B first. Is that right?
You've already voted on that.
So that was B. Now it's 18A that we're voting on, right? Or are we?
I thought we were voting on that UDO cancellation.
Sorry, I was confused.
Did 18.
Yeah, he voted on, or he stated clearly that the vote was to cancel the UDO.
Which is?
Everybody understand that that's what they were voting on?
Yes, now I do.
My vote's the same.
Okay.
Well, let's redo this.
Well, no.
Can we? No.
Now that we've stated that everybody, clearly, all joking aside, understands that they are voting to cancel the UDO on the first vote. Now, the second vote
is under 18A. We need a motion to approve. Staff recommendation.
So moved.
Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. 18A passes. Sorry about that. Wrong number. Now we are on item number.
I just didn't want that in the record. I didn't know what the vote was. No.
22. Last, no, we got some others. 22.
I'll try to keep it short. I did too. Where is it?
Thank you. Okay, you guys ready for the last item? Okay, item 22 is the row at Meridian. This is located just to the south of Trinity at the corner of Meridian and Edwin Street. Property is outlined in red. The request is to rezone from single-family RS5 to Pacific Plan to permit up to 8 residential units. Staff is recommending disapproval. The property is currently undeveloped. Again, the zoning currently is RS5. It would permit up to 4 single-family lots. This is the proposed site plan. Again, it calls for 8 lots, or 8 units, which would be approximately 16 units per acre. All units would be limited to 2 stories and 30 feet. Access would be provided from the alley. One thing to point out in your staff reports that were sent to you previously, there was a conflict between what Public Works had and what Planning had as far as where we access. Public Works was saying that it should be from Edwin. We were saying from the alley. We have worked that issue out. Now we're both agreeing that it can be from the unbuilt alley, which when they come in to develop this, they would have to extend the alley and build it to Public Works standards to their property entrance. So parking is provided on site, surface parking. Buffer is provided along the eastern side adjacent to the single-family home to the south, or to the east. There's stormwater drainage, or their detention area or bioretention area is along Edwin Street and is included with heavily landscaped area. The units all front onto Meridian Street. The unit along Edwin and Meridian, while it's not shown here, the applicant has revised the plan to do a wraparound porch at that corner so it has somewhat of a presence on both streets. This is an image that the applicant furnished for your view. So the policy, this is neighborhood maintenance. So the policy generally supports development that's consistent with the general area development pattern. The properties along Edwin Street and down Meridian are mostly single-family detached units. This is adjacent to a commercial zoning district, which runs along Trinity, which is commercial services. It also sits kind of the northern part of the property is directly across the street from commercial, which is currently occupied by a church. So this is an appropriate location for a transition from the CS to the single-family neighborhood. Right now, staff is recommending disapproval as we don't find that the plan itself provides that adequate transition. Staff is, we'll go to this site. So this slide, let me go back to this. So staff's primary concern is on Edwin, and our thought is that the buildings, that there should be units that are fronting onto Edwin that are detached, that are set back consistent with the house next door and the majority of the units across or to the east. With those changes, it would be a more appropriate transition from north to south. But as currently proposed, staff is recommending disapproval as we don't find it's consistent with the neighborhood maintenance policy.
Thank you. Is the applicant here? Hello. We'll open the public hearing. You have 10 minutes to speak, 2 minutes for a rebuttal within that time frame if you'd like to reserve that time.
I would like to reserve the 2 minutes. My name is Charlie Dean with Dean Design Group, the consultant for the developer on this project. Certainly, we've gone back and forth with planning about trying to address the comments that we can address on this site. Obviously, this is a transitional property. We understand that there could be some differences of opinion on the layout and how you transition from a commercial area to a primary single-family area. I think that's where we are, and that's the reason I think we have a recommendation of disapproval is essentially just a layout issue. I would like to point out, following the theme of the evening, we are intending these structures to be affordable, and the layout that we have fronting Meridian allows for the drainage south into that stormwater area, which is the site is drained through a pipe leading under Edwin. So essentially, to front buildings on Edwin would essentially block our opportunity to get that water out through that area and the appropriate drainage easements and so forth. The developer has met with both the neighborhood and Councilman Davis. Councilman Davis spoke earlier about this project and his support for this project. One other thing I would like to point out is the parking for this project. We have, even though the density obviously is rising on the property, for the 8 units, we're proposing to provide 22 parking spaces. Public Works has asked us to appeal to Traffic and Parking Commission to put no parking signs on both Meridian and Edwin. The developer's willing to do that. So essentially, this is an on-site parked project, over parked, 2.75 parking spaces per unit. So we feel like it's adequately parked and don't anticipate an effect on the adjacent property owners. Obviously, this area, this is going to be an introduction of reinvestment into this area. We see this as a positive thing for the neighborhood, and again, I just want to reiterate that I think where we are with this, and staff can concur with this, is that the difference of opinion that we have, and I think the reason for the disapproval recommendation is essentially just the orientation of the buildings. I hadn't seen anything about the size of the units, the density of the units, the height of the units, any of those types of features. So I think that the reasoning for positioning them the way we have is essentially an access and stormwater reasoning. And I'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. You'll have 2 minutes for rebuttal. Anyone here wishing to speak in support of the project? Seeing nobody and wishing to speak in support of the project, anyone here wishing to speak in opposition? Please come to the microphone. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. And please state your name and your address.
My name is Amanda Hudgens, and I live directly across the street from the proposed project. My problem is with the drainage from the stormwater. I am the low-lying house, so I have an easement that comes up the right that also crosses my back lot that denies me half of my lot. So to put 8 more units in there would just totally wash my house right to the back of Luton Street. And then they would have to pretty much so block my driveway in order for them to come in and out of their entrance there. Also have the city bus stop that stops right there on that corner, and a school bus stop. So some mornings it takes me 10 minutes to get out of the driveway. Then we have rental properties coming in there. Then we have a lot more crime, and we have a lot of crime there already. So that's my main concern. Mostly the stormwater is my main concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up.
Yes, my name is Harold Hudgens. I am this lady behind me's husband.
Please.
I live at 1814 Meridian, Nashville. I'm also concerned about the water issues, the storm drains and stuff were brought from the road because the sidewalks brought in. They put curbs to turn the water underneath the sidewalk into our property, which goes into our backyard as an easement that we cannot do nothing about. Now then, my understanding, there was going to be a church put in that area over there at one time, and when this happened, the people began to start up the process of building a church, which they come down here and got all the issued permits to do everything with. And the first thing that was told to him was that he had to put in stormwater drains at $100,000 before he ever touched the land. The drains that are there are 10 feet, a 10-inch round drains. The one that's at our house is probably 24-inch drain, with a 10-inch drain up on the sidewalks coming at a 3% drop down from the top of Meridian to our house and stops. It goes down an easement and out my backyard, and it just completely destroyed our property. And I just want to say that I just would like this stopped immediately and not give any permission to anybody build upon a property that can destroy other people's property. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hello.
Hello.
I'm Deborah Alexander, and I live at 1810 Meridian Street. And I'm going to ask you all at this point to disapprove this, because I've raised my kids there. I've been there for 20 years, and just recently we're starting to get a lot of crime there. And I have spoken to Councilman Hunt about an area where my daughter lives at Rainwood, and they put all of those people over there in affordable houses, and it's a mess. And where we live right now is a peaceful area, and Mindy and her husbands, they are my neighbors, and I do wish that you all would disapprove this, because right now where we are a family on that street, on that road. We take care of each other, and we take care of our property. And to bring somebody else in like that, bringing more trouble, we don't want that. I'm all for trying to build up everything, but that's not good. That's not a good thing. So please, I'm asking you all to disapprove that. That's 8 units. You're trying to put 8 families in that little hole. There was a church there. It burned down, and they were going to put another church there. But I'm asking you all for disapproval today, at this point.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing none, the applicant has 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you. To specifically address those topics, obviously the drainage will be handled by Metro Stormwater. We're not asking for any variances on the detention for the property. We'll address those issues, and if they feel like the pipes need to be upsized or something downstream, we'll obviously do those improvements. From the standpoint of bringing people into the neighborhood, obviously these particular properties will be for sale properties, not for rent properties. I know some of the area is both single family and some is rental, or excuse me, some is owner and some is rental, but these will be new properties reinvested into the area. There will be for sale units. Thank you.
Thank you. I declare the public hearing closed. Commissioner LaQuire, why don't we start with you?
Well, when I first was looking at this, I was going to ask, after the presentation from the applicant, was going to ask, I guess, Mr. Mishu about the stormwater, and if the pavement were pervious, would that reshape the stormwater design to allow something that did face Edwin? That was my first question before we heard the opposition's problem, so I'll start with that one at least. Back to the staff's issue of not addressing Edwin.
Okay. Once again, Steve Mishu with Metro Stormwater. I think if you did like pervious pavement and reposition the units, I think you'll still have a under drain issue that you'll have to get the water still from the pavement up to the road, and you may get some bypass from the front of the roof drains as the property slopes towards Edwin. So it would be hard to get the roof drains that front Edwin back to the back of the property, then back up to the front again.
I misunderstood. I thought that Edwin, along Edwin was the lower point.
Yes, that's what I was saying. If you repositioned it for the two bottom units to front Edwin, and you used pervious pavement in the parking lot, you wouldn't be able to get the front roof drains to the back into the pervious pavement.
Oh, I see, right. You'd still have to have something in the front at the southern edge.
Or you have
catch
some
it.
bypass.
Or bypass it. And then, can you address then some of the concerns of the neighbors who are in the surrounding area with I didn't understand where that stormwater easement is and what that means.
Okay, you know, I've actually, I think I've actually talked to this couple before. I think what happens over here is, as proposed, drainage will go to the bioretention area, right adjacent to Edwin. And then there is a pipe that goes under Edwin, and I think they live, all right, yeah, let me see if I can make a best guess here. So the drainage will come this way, come under here, and I think the couple that spoke to you earlier live over here, and there's some inlets over here, and what happens is the water comes around, and in between their property and the adjacent property, I think what happens is there's a ditch that's kind of got some walls on the side, and I think what they've said in the past is that during heavy rains that it would overtop in that area. So I think they're, if I'm not mistaken, they're right over here. So the drainage comes yay way.
So would then the provisions that you're making then not impact that ditch?
Well,
I mean, would it allow there not to be an impact on that ditch?
well, as in preliminary, the only thing we really look at is that they're addressing water quality, addressing detention, and having adequate space. So right now they've dedicated adequate space, but we won't really be able to give you, something more confident until construction drawings are submitted, which we wouldn't get until after preliminaries are approved.
I'll listen to everybody else.
Commissioner Farr.
Well, I'm excited to see some new investment into this area. When I first looked at it, I agree that it made sense to have some units that are fronting Edwin, but looking at the two other lots, 266 and 219 on Meridian, I do see that, I'm assuming those all front Meridian as well. Is that correct?
South of Edwin?
Yeah.
Yes.
So it wouldn't look that out of place to have a row of homes at that point fronting out onto Meridian. And given the issues with the stormwater, I could see that being a reason to have an exception, not an official exception, but an exception to policy about trying to, fit the flow of Edwin Street. So I guess that's my points right now.
Commissioner Dalton.
No comments.
Commissioner Clue.
So, question for Mr. Michoud. You can't say right now at this stage what the ultimate impact might be, but I guess your next thing is going to be to say whatever it is they must demonstrate to the city. Well, tell us what you were going to say.
You were doing a great job. Like I said during the preliminary, we want to make sure that they've already got something allocated for detention and water quality. And in this particular case, they've dedicated some room for bioretention areas. And we feel that the bioretention areas would meet what we typically look for during preliminary level.
Which is not that they would improve the situation.
The goal for our development review section is to make sure that new development doesn't make things worse.
Right.
So if the couple has an issue, they really need to call 862-4600. I'll let them know. 8600, 4600, option 1 for English, then 4 for stormwater. Mm-hmm. But
we spoke to you before, Bud.
Yep. Like I said, I remember speaking to them in the past. Well, anyway, during the construction drawing phase is when we will work with the engineer and make sure that all the fine details are worked out.
Okay.
Commissioner Gee.
I guess I just had a question, and I apologize to the applicant if you answered this before, but it seems like you could get adequate parking in and face units toward Edwin. The pattern here is certainly sort of dominant toward Edwin in the neighborhood, and then you could still turn the corner with a couple of units back toward East Trinity. I'm just curious if you looked at that option, and since the staff's recommending disapproval, why that wouldn't work.
Again, essentially the southeast corner is our gateway to the stormwater issues. So if we were to front units on Edwin, essentially we're going to have a street. If we front units on either street, Meridian or Edwin, we're going to have a side. If you drive down Edwin, everything from Trinity all the way, if I'm correct, to Edith fronts Meridian. So the properties on Meridian and the properties on the corner all front Meridian. And essentially one lot off on Edwin and Edith then begin to front the side street, if you will. So what we're doing with our layout is we are continuing that. We think that what we're doing is in keeping with the pattern in the neighborhood, which is fronting everything that has frontage along Meridian, fronts Meridian. So and I certainly understand there's a difference.
Yeah. So this property, I may be mistaken, those properties to the north and to the south face Meridian.
For instance, I think what they just mentioned, Commissioner Farr just mentioned, the property across Edwin does not front Edwin. The property on the corner across the street from our property doesn't front Edwin, it fronts Meridian.
Okay.
So essentially, that Unit 8, if you will, on our layout, if you were to walk out the front door and look to the left, you see the side of the house that fronts Meridian. You don't see a front of a house that fronts Edwin.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
My second question was for staff. If you could bring up was there a three-dimensional model or elevation? Popped up for a minute there before. And I just glanced at the conditions if we approve, and I didn't see the typical condition of raised foundations, raised porches.
They actually already have that in the plan itself. So it's not a condition because they actually have it in there.
It's written into the SP, it's just not represented in this image. Great, thank you.
Commissioner Blackshear.
My primary concern was with the neighbors and the drainage problem and how that works with the preliminary SP. If it was approved, what does that mean as far as the development being completed? And you may have already, I think you already explained it, that in order for the development to go forward, post preliminary SP, if it's approved, you'll get some plans where you could determine whether the neighbors' homes and whoever else in the area, whether their homes will be impacted.
Yes, exactly. If it comes out that during construction drawing stage we determine that there's not adequate room, then they'll have to make the bioretention just bigger, or they'll have to maybe even do pervious pavement in conjunction with a bioretention, or they could either think of something else that would be within the same footprint.
Okay.
But we wouldn't approve it unless it met our criteria.
Okay. You have a follow-up on the stormwater? Okay.
Is that Steve is up there?
No, you're fine.
Steve, I'm just curious, almost every meeting you come up here and remind us that for developments of this size and larger, typically the post-development runoff can't exceed the pre-development runoff. We never get to talk to you after it's built to determine whether that's worked. So I guess for the neighbors to have some, certainty or at least some confidence that our stormwater regulations for this project are not going to make the situation, or are going to allow this project to happen without making the situation worse for them. Can you give them or us more confidence with that?
Well, my personal opinion is I'm really fond of bioretention areas. So a lot of times you will see developments that will do bioretention areas. When done right, if they use the right material and the plantings, all that stuff, all the water will go in there. And when we go out there during rain events or after rain events, we tend to find that we really see almost no discharge coming out of them. So a lot of it gets, stuck within the voids, and it just comes out at a trickle or something. Maybe what you guys could do is you could put on some waders and you can come over here. We, General Services just did a bioretention area right over here at their Howard School complex, and there's a grate in the middle that takes any overflow, and all the roof drains within the area was disconnected and sent to the bioretention area. Luckily for me, my window, I could see it all the time. I haven't seen it really over top yet. So we found that bioretentions work really well.
So with a trickle just coming out, it's actually probably less stormwater coming off site than pre-development.
Exactly. For this area with the bioretention, it should make things better. For the other areas that's draining to their property, it's not going to affect that because that's not within this area, and they're not going to be touching any of that.
Commissioner Blackshear.
And my next question is just, I guess, for maybe you, Doug. So if the staff has recommended disapproval because it's inconsistent with the policy, if we were to approve it, we would have to state in a motion to approve the reasons why it is in fact consistent with the policy. Is that right? Or I felt like we've had this situation come up before, and we had to, if we were to approve, there would have to be some type of actual statement on the record.
Yes, you're going to need to state why this development does in fact meet policy or amend the policy. I mean, those are the two options.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, just to supplement what the Deputy Director's pointed out, I think the exact language in our rules, it's Section H under Roman numeral 6, which governs meetings, talks about a clear explanation of how the proposed zoning amendment complies with the overall goals and intent of the general plan. While that's exactly what Doug just told you, I would say that whomever made any such motion would want to illustrate in that motion how this complies with the overall goals and intent of the general plan, even if it doesn't meet the letter of the plan.
Thanks.
Commissioner Gee.
Well, in that case, I'd like more explanation from the staff because it's not the density concern, it's just the layout. Is that the only reason why the staff feels it doesn't meet policy?
That's correct. It's not density. I mean, it's form. They did, the plan that is shown is not, they have changed the plan to kind of try to address the issue by putting a wraparound porch, which is not on here, because this is what the staff report was written on, but they have revised the plan since the reports went out and have included a wraparound porch, so that they're trying, but we're still saying that the unit should be fronting onto Edwin and set back a little bit more.
We also felt like the attached units were not totally consistent with the single-family character in that area. There's mostly detached, and so having the attached units on Edwin was also inconsistent, we felt like, with the maintenance policy.
I would point out, though, as I'm sure you go to the policy slide. As I'm sure that the Commission observed, is that you have a commercial policy adjacent to residential policy, and the Commission might find that this is a reasonable transition, even though not completely consistent with the single-family units that are in the neighborhood.
Any other questions, Mr. Blackshear? We're out. Councilman Hunt? Okay.
I have a question. We often talk about what materials we won't allow or will allow, and I didn't see that in the conditions. Was it because or did I just overlook it? Was it already in the plan and so we didn't have to make it a condition?
They have a condition in the plan that it's just no EIFS or vinyl siding.
Okay, so it's already there. Okay, I just didn't see it. I'm sorry. Thanks.
We need a motion.
Make a motion to approve, and I think I will borrow Doug's language about this being an appropriate transition from a commercial area into a single family. And I do think it meets the critical, some of the critical planning goals, even though it's not articulated here in terms of creating a range of housing choices in walkable neighborhoods. And the wraparound porch will provide an appropriate transition onto the character of the street on Edwin.
Second. You've heard the motion. There's been a second. Any more discussion? All in favor of approving? Item 22, say aye.
No.
One no and the rest ayes. And it passes. So we are on to item number 28, Historic Zoning Commission report. And on parks, no real big report. Although I will say the Riverfront Park is moving well downtown, and I think that it's going to be a really, really exciting project. So keep your eyes open for that to open. I can't remember the specific date, but it's going to be very exciting. And that's it for parks. Executive committee report, no. And we've already done the director's report. Legislative report, Walter, anything? All right. Without objection, we're adjourned.